Okay, my mic has been off. I have a thing here that switches the sound off. So if I'm on the phone and or on one of these shows, if I'm going to cough or whatever, I can flip it up and it'll turn it off. And I've had it off all of this time. Yay. Okay. Welcome, Matt. How are you?
Hi. Ah,
So evidently
glad to hear you.
I've been silent this whole time. I'm professional like that.
How's things over your side?
You know what? The weather's been nice today.
Hmm.
Linda, thank you. Thank you, Falling Ashes. And I got a text from JP and Falling Ashes. Oh my God, you guys are so good to me. Linda, your video is muted. This is from my Falling Ashes. And then JP, Linda, no sound on your show. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know you
What's
guys have my
Fallen
back.
saying? He
Fallen
says,
Ashes is like, well, I haven't opened up the video yet.
okay.
I'm going to, though. I better turn all the sound down so that we don't have, like, remember those echoes we get?
Okay, well, you sounding good. I don't hear
Good.
any echoes or anything. I see there's a message from Fallen Ashes, NP Matt. Maybe that's no Matt.
It says no problem. No
Oh, no
problem.
problem. Fallen, thank you so much.
Nice seeing you guys. Hey, Apostle Babe.
Hey, darling. I have adopted Miss Falling Ashes, and I do a lot of, like, jumping on Facebook and seeing a few things she does. You guys ought to check out her channel. She's super creative. And check out Matthew's channel, too. They're both really uniquely creative in their own way.
I heard the
Um,
tunes, Fallen.
Thank you. You guys are sweet. And Linda, thank you for your videos too. Like, it makes me like relax because it's late over here in New York. So
oh,
sometimes I just
good.
like to listen in and just sleep.
You know what? I've heard that before, and I really consider that a compliment because it's really saying that my voice is soothing to them to where they can.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. So I'm glad to
Mm-hmm.
hear that. My friend Josh, you said literally call in and just lay right down and be on the show in bed on the show. It was great. I heard there's a live shooting in Maine, I believe, at a like near a restaurant on the ocean, and it's just horrible. It's horrible that these shootings are happening. It sounded something like somebody was on a boat and they were shooting on land onto land, either at a restaurant or near a restaurant, and it just breaks my heart all these shootings that happen on a regular basis, you know? Okay, I just opened up Falling Ashes Dallas. Hello, my Dallas. And Maverick, good to see you. And um, Elaine, Brain Drain, John, awesome. Dallas, yes. It's good to see you guys. And Matthew came on here too. Said, don't panic. You guys rock. You guys rock. I tell you what. Oh my good. Okay, dehydrated nurse is here too. And Big Mac is in the house. Howdy, my favorite apostate. I'll probably be napping before midnight, but and so he's out your way, Falling Ashes, in the U.S. Before midnight. But I want to say howdy to everyone else too. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. So there's a shooting there, and just I don't know if you pray or if you guys do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around. Just send some good vibes out there, because we have some terrified people happen, experience. I'm like stuttering because I can't believe I had myself on mute all this time. I was talking to y'all. Telling you all kinds of stuff. I'm just like, oh man. John goes, it sounds better. Thanks. Yes, live shooting, purple. Can we go back to when live shooting meant there was a movie crew in town? Let's do that. Let's do that. And there's a misconception too that the left wants to take away all of the guns of people in America, and people on the right really despise that thought. And I've never heard anything like that. And I consider myself center to the left here in the United States. They're just wanting some better vetting done and some standards and stuff done, and to not allow like people to be able to stockpile tons of machine guns. That's kind of what they're talking about. So
That's crazy.
People, I get it. Having a gun is an important thing. There's self-defense. There's also hunting. There's people that have that culture of hunting here in the U.S. And I don't think that's something that they want taken away. But then there's also another concern, which does make perfect sense, and that is once a society loses all of their guns, then the government can rule over them in a manner that they might not want to be ruled over. So there's that concern too. So did you want to say something, Matthew?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for letting me in, and the invite and the welcome and all of that. I really do appreciate that. I've got a JW story that I can give you that ties into that.
I would like that. Yeah.
So
let me just also remind the audience, we also had one of a Jehovah's Witness, I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago, could have been 2 years ago, sitting in the car waiting for a couple of other people. Maybe they were doing a return visit or something. He was just sitting in his car out in service, shot dead, and we don't know why. That was terrible too, but please share your story, Matt.
So, Fallen, I don't know what part of the world you're in, or if you're comfortable sharing that, but this story was stationed in a place that is mistakenly called a refugee, or was a refugee camp. It actually wasn't. They kind of mixed it up. What it was you had a migration from what was formerly Nyasaland, which is now Malawi, those kind of places, Zimbabwe. And it was people who didn't have good housing or anything like this, and they were pretty much displaced due to economic meltdown and all the kind of difficulties that were being faced up north. You even had Congolese, all of these kind of ones who were fleeing really lousy situations. And so they set up a place called Cosmo City in Johannesburg, and the conditions were akin to a refugee camp. That's why it was called, it's a refugee camp, although technically it wasn't. But the dynamics was the same. So now you've kind of got the setting.
Yes.
Anyway, I was with a young man, a miner, as what happens in field service. So we have our group out in this territory, in this area. And we begin our preaching. But as this happens, I happen to notice somebody behind me. And I look back and I go, this guy, is he going to try and attack us? What's he up to? You know,
Yeah.
and it looks really obvious. So I'm watching him, and sure as anything, he comes and he starts wrestling with me.
Wow.
And yep, and
No
he
fun.
wants to take the tablet because that's where all the
Oh,
JW stuff is on.
Yes.
But that's the thing of worth.
Yes,
But
exactly.
he's so obvious, I start laughing. That's my reflex.
Oh my God. I would have done probably the same dang thing. That's bad.
And I'm going, no, you can't just help yourself to this. I'm going, are you nuts? You know? And when that happened, he realized that he didn't have the fear that was needed or that he had hoped to try and create in this situation. And a lot of the guys there are on this drug called Niope, which is a mixture of antiretroviral drugs for HIV, which
Okay.
is a way that they can change the chemistry but become intoxicated on it. And the Niope has all kinds of effects. So some of those things is that you can have kind of like what I will describe as a superhuman strength.
Wow. Okay.
So they can push boulders onto the road. I mean, massive boulder. And you're going, this is a skinny person. What's going on? So it's a little bit like
I'd probably laugh at that too, just because
yeah.
you didn't see that one coming. Yeah.
Yeah. So now you have a person that's, sick, partially emaciated, desperate, on this drug, and I use the word pathological because if the person has been on these drugs for a long time or on marijuana for a long time or a mixture of various things, you can die for a stupid reason. They can pull out a knife, just make a little cut, you bleed out, and it's a stupid death. And I mean really stupid. But this hasn't occurred to me at this particular stage because I am not taking him that seriously. I'm thinking he's trying to demonstrate to me that this is some kind of joke or something like this, and I haven't got into my fear aspect hasn't clicked in somehow, and so I'm just wrestling him, and I feel I can overpower him, and he realizes this, and he turns his attention to the miner.
Uh-oh.
Now I'm in a public place, and there's people around, but as soon as he did that, he used that as leverage because he knows that's the way to create the fear or snap me out of it. I mean, you're talking about a quick
Like
psychology going on here. Yeah,
I'm already there. I'm
Well,
already there. I'm like,
he pulls what looks like a ceremonial knife to the miner, and of course I surrender. I go, whatever you want. You've got my attention now. You take what you want. And so he does, and he flees, and I don't pursue. Or no, that's not true. I made moves to pursue, but in my head it's to go, let him go. And my concern was for the people close to me, and of course the miner first and foremost. And I also realized that in the ministry, what goes around comes around as well. So it's not the first time I've had a problem. And the weird experience I've had is I invariably find these people again. And we just, like figure skaters, we come into each other's proximity. So I'm thinking, not today. I will find this,
right.
I will find this person another day. Yeah.
Right.
And then the people around me are going, Matt, what's just happened? I go, no, this, we were under threat. They said, why didn't you shout? I said, yeah, it's a good point, because if I had shouted, it would have involved you guys too.
Hmm.
And I know what happens. You would have, I don't know what I can say on your show, but I know that you would have torn his arms out of his sockets. And, you know, if you weren't in danger yourself. So kind of let it happen and chase him along. And that was what I thought was the best approach in the circumstances. This is, after all, Johannesburg. Okay.
Okay. Now, how tall are you?
6 foot.
Okay.
So anyway, here's the story. Fast forward, and the community catch him and make a citizen's arrest on him. But
The
I
one
had
that
been,
took your tablet?
yeah,
The person? Oh, wow. Okay.
yeah. So anyway, before that occurred, I went to the satellite police station. And when I say satellite, I mean very rudimentary police station. And it was connected to, I don't know if, I'm going to reserve the name of the place because it's quite a notorious place.
Yeah, not a problem.
But they say, yeah, man, you're dealing with this police station. There's going to be all kinds of complications.
Hmm.
But the satellite place where I reported to was very, how can I say, a stereotypical Afrikaans reception. Though you got mixed culture there. But he dealt with me, Afrikaans, and he says, Minister Gray, I'm going to make something abundantly clear to you. Okay? I've been observing you for some time now, coming in here with your tie and with your, you know, I'm layered on thick, but I mean, I've got the blood, so maybe I'll get away with it. I don't know. But yeah, so I have Afrikaans stock in me.
Hmm.
And he takes off his weapon and slides it over to me and says, it is about time you get familiar with this.
Oh, wow.
Because, yes. And he says, because this thing has saved my life several times, and most assuredly, it is going to save your life too, and equalize things in this area. So I got into the spirit of things and I said, well, thank you very much, detective or warrant officer. I said, it's simply not big enough for me. I would like a sawn. I said, I'd like a sawn-off shotgun, please. And if I can go for the 4-barrel one, I would prefer that. He says, don't get smart with me.
That's
I am giving you
wow.
good advice here, and it's time you start waking up to what the problems are here.
Yeah.
You are a target.
Mhm.
And so this is my experience. So yes, South Africa, the point being, it is spoken of as the Wild West.
Okay.
And it is hectic what goes on here. I don't know if you ever see these videos of guys in vehicles and some people surviving attacks and the incredible bravery that you see from people and clear-headedness in these attack situations. And so for a place where, yes, Jehovah's Witnesses, we say, man, the kind of abuses that we have faced, in another way, I got a training at the branch from a paramedic who was teaching us how to talk a guy out of dropping his weapon, or because if you're rendering first aid and somebody's been shot or something like this, you've got to disarm the situation, because if you try to shoot the person you're rendering first aid to, he wants to make sure that that person's dead, and he's probably going to kill you too. So this was the training we were getting at the branch. How's that for hectic? Okay.
Yeah.
So we had got this, I go first-rate, superb training at the branch for these kind of situations by somebody who is very passionate for teaching from their experience in the various things that they had faced in Johannesburg, and we got to apply it. The experiences we had on first aid are mind blowing. It's an intense set of experiences that we had, saving lives or protecting people, rendering first aid, and all of this kind of thing. And so now this young man that I'm with, he was safe. That was the priority. And then, of course, they caught this individual and they were going to perform vigilante justice on him.
Oh,
They said,
no.
"You're going to watch this. This is what's going to happen." I said, "Well, I'll tell you what my policy is. My policy is we don't know if he's a potential Bible study or not. So don't."
I'm sorry, I did not see that coming. But that, okay. Back into the JW zone. We don't know if he's a potential. Okay.
Yeah, because
That
my
is-
policy is
that's-
to diffuse any kind
Yes.
of violence.
absolutely.
So,
That
so
would be a diffuse the situation technique right there. That's for sure. Wow.
and the other thing
Wow.
too is he did it in desperation. So what's his story? How did he get to the story that he's using these Niobe, which is a
Right.
dreadful thing? So what's the whole tragic loop? And I have had experience with persons that have been like this and worse and abused and all this. And here's the thing, Linda James, I have had studies with such people and said, you know what? Let's look to the future. Let's leave the past behind, because I'm a believer. I want to try and
Right.
reconcile and heal, and I'm
Exactly.
still living in Gaga land, not realizing that I'm pulling him into an abuse situation.
Of course not. Yes.
Yeah, I'm in this delusion. So I'm going in with these intents and going, this must be the highest principles that's attracted me to do what I'm doing. So anyway, so I've got all these kind of stories.
Can I
But
just
yeah,
interrupt right here? Can I just interrupt right here? Usually we can tell when somebody's giving us a line or a story that's not true. But Jehovah's Witnesses are true believers. So when people get recruited, someone doesn't pick up on dishonesty or that they're being played or that they're being conned because they're true believers. You see what I'm saying? So it's really smart to pay attention to your intuition. Usually you can tap into that. But when there's true believers of a high control, high demand group, such as the organization, you're not going to pick up on that with them. Much like what you were just talking about. Well, that just depends on, your mindset was, is he possibly a Bible study? That would be the best thing you could do for him. That was your mindset, right? Let's make sure, he's going to survive Armageddon and all that.
So how does my story support your lead-in? Because you came in with another horror story about something that's happened now, whether it's a false flag event or whether it's something for political leverage, whether it actually happened, whether it's AI generated, whether it's designed to change laws or change the playing field for whatever power game is on the table. I don't know. We come in with skepticism for all kinds of things, but the reason why I gave you that story is our police officer who showed me his gun and told me, start getting the training.
Are Jehovah's Witnesses where you're at? I mean, here in the U.S., most parts, Jehovah's Witnesses are not allowed to have a job that they would need a gun for. And yes, I know there's some people that are hunters and they probably have a rifle, but for the most part, Jehovah's Witnesses are not supposed to own guns. What are the rules there where you're at? Or
So
are
you
there?
get, you mean as Jehovah's Witnesses?
Correct.
We're rough and we're tough and we take SH1T from no one because it's
That's
a
it.
farming, it's the farmer, Boera stock. This is what we come from, you see. This is the, like I say, it's the Wild West. And so does that spirit come through even at the branch? Yeah. Did we have guns at the branch? So in the literature, it's going, the person who's going to save you is Jehovah and his angels and, who are with you in the ministry. And this is put into the mindset. And then at the branch, you've got guns for, excuse me, you've got guns for the animals that are on the property. Because you've got buck, and sometimes you need to do culling, which the Bethelites protest about. But if you're going to have these animals on your property in a closed environment, and there's like grandsons mating with the grandmothers, you've got a genetic problem. So you're going to have problem births and all of this kind of thing. So what was ordered from branch coordinator was culling to control that. So look, imagine the branch just as a farm. That's what it is. Yeah. So there were these guns that were kept and all of that to do that, or to bring in persons who were farmers, and it's all licensed and it's all legal, and you down the various animals. And besides, you've got dangerous snakes and things like this. So yeah, it's rough from that point of view. And if you're in that mindset, it's exhilarating. Okay. It's so you can have your men and women we had a mixture of men and women together in that department, or in your grounds maintenance department, looking after these animals and looking after the grounds in this kind of way, and getting involved and getting quite excited about it. You're in your 4x4, you're in utility vehicles, and you've been called out, and you're on radios, and it's all action and all of this kind of stuff. There's an exhilaration factor. So you're looking at the guns in a very different way. Is it a protection? Yeah, sure. If you've got a snake, or if you've stood on a snake, and I'm telling you, your reflexes are such that you recognize in your inner mind you have stood on this poisonous snake, and I've never leapt so high in my life standing on a snake in the branch.
I believe you.
So now to be disarmed or taken, or these tools taken away, I can see the controversy. I visited Colorado, and I think there was a gun brotherhood or something that started to recruit me and my partner, and were telling us, if you've got a policeman who is waving a gun in front of your face, you have the right to wave a gun in front of his face, and with passion. And we could see, we've come into Colorado, and now we've come into passionate thoughts and this divide, and we've got to keep very neutral so that we don't take sides, but that we respect each view here. But we can see culture, how there's
yes.
We're in some danger here, because do you show that you're for, or do you show you're against, or you show neutrality? But at the same vein, if you don't have these weapons or whatever, does that stop criminality? You get in your vehicle and you've got a driver's license. Well, guess what? You're licensed to kill, because you can drive into somebody with that vehicle. That becomes the weapon. So does this stop the dark nature of our human society if you just take these things away? Or it's designed to put bad players in place that as leaders, and you can't touch them, because essentially your government is a gang war, and whoever's the winner gets the power. I mean, exactly. I don't know if this is the kind of show that you can discuss those kind of issues. I would say that personally, I don't have those answers. I think that's a huge complexity, and I think it's a recipe for launching into very, very passionate discussions that would probably detract from you talking about the bike model or talking about what you were leading in there with
Yeah,
the tragic situation.
and I do want to get to the bike model. Another thing happened today. Some FBI agents were fired because during 2020 they were they took a knee, and what this was at the time was during the Black Lives Matter protests, which ended up happening all over the world. Um, Many of the people, including police officers, took a knee out of respect and solidarity for the outrage that was happening about the police brutality and the systemic racism that was happening towards people of color. So they were fired because they took a knee. They were in that, but it was not only in solidarity, but it was also a de-escalation process as well. That the tension was so, it was very high tension, and they would have, of course, these curfews, and usually everybody would leave at the curfew time, and then usually after dark things would get violent. Things would, there would be break-ins in different stores and stuff, and violence towards the police officers and things like that. That usually happened after curfew, So I'm disappointed in that. I'm just disappointed in that was something that law enforcement and those people in positions of authority, including different people that were in Congress, they positionally took a knee as well. And they got it from this other guy that was a football player, I can't think of his name, who years earlier would take a knee, meaning he would stand on one knee, kind of like that stance that you'll see is the traditional way that a man would take a knee to ask for a woman's hand in marriage to propose to her. That's the position I'm talking about, taking a knee. And many people, even in Congress, publicly displayed that they were taking a knee in solidarity. But I also know they were doing it as a form of de-escalation as well, just because of the high tension. And at that time, it was this particular protest was the result of George Floyd, the murder of George Floyd by a police officer in Minnesota. Okay, but this was after a long line of people of color being murdered. Okay, so you would see people with signs that was just filled with all these names of all these people of color who had been murdered or killed while in police custody or out on the street or whatever. And it was very, like, even though the pandemic had started and some people were wearing masks and some people were sheltering in place, they still went out and protested with their masks on and did some amazing things as far as like creative dance, some other things that they had done too that kind of like was creative displays of different things. But it was, I'm just bothered that these people were fired because of this, when at the time, today, this is 5 years later today, and I just think that they were doing the smart thing, whether it was a sign of solidarity or de-escalation or both. I just think that was very smart of them to do at the time, with the heightened the heightened just fear and stress and wanting justice, you know. And it was also amazing because the protests were of all different nationalities all over the world, and it took place like over a 2 month period of different times and places. So I'm discouraged about that. I'm not happy about that. The person that did end up killing George Floyd the police officer did end up getting some time in jail or prison, and some people have different thoughts about George Floyd. He was at a store trying to pass a counterfeit $20 bill. Then the cops got called on him, and this happened as a result. But around that, there was a whole lot of other things that happened to where it was very hard watching this man die at the hands of an authority figure that had all the power at the time. And that was very tough to watch and to know that it happened. And I see it as an abuse of power, but others might not. So these women got fired today from the FBI.
So, Linda James, there's a couple of things that you've triggered now in memory here. I have a friend, his brother is a defense attorney, and he gives stories about tragic situations like a youth who's called to commit a crime, and then there's been a death, and it's been a stupid death or something like this. And he, as a defense attorney, defends the young man who has killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that that's happened is because that young man is also in a tragic situation that things have led up to that. And so
Yes.
he endeavors to tell the story so society can learn from it. And then it goes on public record. He doesn't facilitate condoning the crime or something like this. Essentially, he gets the story out, and then the judicial system or the court system prescribes whatever they feel is necessary, and they say this is the best we have as a society for dealing with it, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, whatever. But he says that's how he continues his work, is that he seeks justice by getting the story out,
Mm-hmm.
and that it isn't suppressed. I think that's the simplest way I can describe what he talks about, how he gets his job done.
I like that a lot. I think that when people are under the influence of drugs, they do things that they would never do if they were clean and sober. Okay. And the things that lead up to somebody being on drugs and then addicted to drugs and they feel they can't get off of drugs. It's they're doing things over and over again that they again would not be doing if they weren't on the drugs. That's not the normal them. You know how Stephen Hassan talks about how there's the authentic personality and then there's the cult personality. So picturing the cult over the person, the person does things that they would never do if they were not influenced by the doctrines of the cult. Okay, their authentic self would not make these choices. I see it the same way as those that are on drugs doing things that they probably never would do if they were not under the influence of the drugs. And yes, the story that leads up to it is very good to know, because of when somebody ends up hearing this story, it's very easy to dismiss a person because they're just a druggie or they're homeless or they're this or that, and it's very easy to dismiss them because of their bad behavior. But what you're saying is this person talks about what leads up to this, the circumstances that has them in this place.
Well, I can kind of finish off the story to fit in, and I don't know how you would want to comment on this thing, but in the situation that I was telling you about with the miner that I was with.
I just got
Um,
reminded. I just got reminded. It's Colin Kaepernick. Kaepernick. Purple just told
who
me.
who's
Colin
Colin?
Kaepernick. I mentioned it was a football player who took a knee
Oh, right.
a
Okay.
few years before, and that's something this person did during the national anthem. And he was a football
Copernic.
player. He was doing this because of he was actually protesting because again, people of color were being um,
Is that Colin
abused.
Kaepernick?
Thank you, you're probably right. Was the
He's the
football player
football player.
who took a knee and refused to stand for the national anthem at his protest against police violence against minorities. Exactly. Thank you so much, Purple. Gosh, you know what, Purple reminds me so much. Good to see you, JW Suicides. Lots of people in the UK took the knee. Okay. But BLM protests here were pure grift. So the BLM movement started after when a person named George Zimmerman shot and killed, I would call him a kid, that was in the area where he lived. And George Zimmerman was a self-appointed, keeping his eye on the neighborhood kind of guy. He wasn't hired as a security guard or anything, but he took it upon himself to do that because he decided that, I believe it was, I got the name, it's right here and I can't think of it, Tavon. So after that, George Zimmerman did not get sentenced for that. He was, I believe, acquitted, something to the effect. It's like he got by with it. And so that was very hard for people to hear too. So as a result of that, that's when the BLM movement started. And one of the females, there's 3 females that started this. One of them was actually raised a Jehovah's Witness. Like myself, she was never baptized, but grew up with a JW mother, which meant you had to go to the meetings. Okay. You were raised in it, right? And so, but she never became a baptized member and remained within the organization.
I see John Marciano has got some interesting comments there.
Go ahead and read them if you'd like.
DOGE, Doge should be fired. And then it says George Zimmerman got away for murder.
Yes.
And then Purple also says being intoxicated on anything reduces a person's inhibitions. It dulls or suppressed the error checking in their brain that says, hey, that's a bad idea.
Yes, very true. And Natasha says, what about Fox News telling to not voluntarily euthanize homeless people? Okay. Yes, this happened too. Within the last couple of weeks. So recently, I don't know if this is in law or if it's just been put out there like it should be a law. But the thing is they're trying to make being homeless against the law. So somebody was on a show, a Fox Morning show, talking about the homeless are going to get these certain options. And somebody who's normally on the show said that, or they can be involuntarily euthanized. I believe that was the term that he used. And that's like how the show ended on that, like, which is not cool because Trump has this mindset that he has said in the past that can't you just shoot at them like in the leg or something if people are protesting. And during the time of Black Lives Matter protesting, there were people actually at the White House and at the gates, and he wanted to walk across the street to the Catholic Church to, I'm not real sure. So he did, and there was people there that were, I don't even know what they were with, but they were shooting the rubber bullets or whatever, gassing these people, and like they didn't even see it coming. So he gets to walk across the street to do a photo op, and he holds up his Bible in front of a sign at the church. Why? I don't know, but it was some message he wanted to get across.
I also see a message from the UK here in the chat. Linda James, can I read it out? It's from Happy Thoughts.
Yes.
It says,
Yes.
I'm in the UK and disappointed with the unbelievable situation in this country. Man's inhumanity to man is wild.
Yes. Yes. We are being played against each other, and this, we really need to come together is what we need to do, because it's the higher ups that are playing us against each other. This also happened within the organization too. There was a bit of that going on in the organization, but it keeps things to where they don't have to take any responsibility if they can blame it on somebody here, and make us mad at each other.
Huh. Well, it's interesting you say that. So Linda James, I've got a question for you. If I put you on the spot, no pressure. I don't need an answer, but I wanted to find out what you think about this. So with that situation with the chap that held up the miner and myself out in field service, I got subpoenaed into the court system. But here's what occurred. How many do you think in the congregation attended the court?
I don't think any did.
Not one.
Yep.
And then what do you think happened to the congregation after the incident? The elder body and the congregation. Can you?
I'm not
do
sure.
you think there's a pattern for these kind of things? And if so, why? So I'll tell you what occurred. We were disbanded. So the elder body was split, and we were sent to reassigned. Hey,
Wow.
we all got reassigned. Now, why would that be an issue?
Right?
Well, what do you think, Linda James, from your experience? Because you know patterns.
Breaking apart bonds amongst brothers or family.
So why would that happen in that congregation after that incident? So things have happened lawfully. We didn't have a vigilante situation. The person was arrested. And by the way, when I saw them in court, they looked so healthy. They were incredible. So in a way, okay, it's a terrible situation, but in a way, his prison situation restored some semblance of health for this person. But your congregation all changed. Why did this create a problem?
I'm thinking that the leadership, whoever that might be for where you were at, would consider that situation as bringing reproach upon Jehovah somehow, and separating the congregation. It just kind of gets rid of any kind of a dirty stain. They think of it as a dirty stain, even though you've mentioned things were all done legitly,
Okay. So it turns out that one of the elders, you talk about a plant, right? So you've got elders that are incentivized, mixed in with those who have no idea what's going on.
Incentivized. Okay. Yes.
One of them was a fiduciary. One of them worked for personnel within the branch. Okay. So in other words, they had the power to move people around, and they decided, let's do this. And the reason for that looks like, because when I asked the question, I'm genuine about it because I don't have the answer myself, but it looks like there is some kind of liability with having a miner out in field service. What kind of danger is there when you're working with a young person?
Okay. This
Is this
person
person,
was with you too. When this person was out in service with you. Okay. That I
and as a
didn't
minor,
realize.
and it's
Okay.
not my kid. It's not
Yeah.
my child. I might in my mind be saying, "Oh, we're mothers and fathers, and we treat these minors as if they're our own children, right?"
Hmm.
But what does it say about me, or what does it say about the religion that has put a young person in this kind of danger out in the middle of Johannesburg,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They can be held responsible, meaning the leadership of some place in the echelons, for it. See, that can be considered trafficking or labor laws, going against labor laws. Like, I have read stories from back in the 30s and 40s here in the US where an aunt was at a corner with their watchtower awake, and they had their like 7-year-old niece with them, right? It was against the law to have that child there with the watchtower awake or with their little bag, because they thought she was selling things, and you shouldn't have a little kid working, right? So they went to court and everything over it. But the organization has always denied that and said, no, no, they're volunteers and this, that, and the other. But I'm
So,
wondering if it would look like they were making a child do something that was
so tell
illegal.
me, Linda James, do you think that this community is getting a handle on how the religion thinks?
Oh, yes. Within the last 20 years, yes. It's coming together like the dots are being
Wow.
connected. Yes. It first, for here in the US, about 2002, there was a documentary with like Barbara Anderson, um, William Bowen, Candice Conti, a few different people exposing the the CSA that was happening within this organization, and all of them had came to a place that they had been involved with the Watchtower for quite a long time, pretty much exhausted all of their steps that they could do to do things the right way, you know, taking it to the elders, taking it to the governing body, this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other, till they finally just came to a point of like, oh my gosh, I need to reveal this. It's bothering my own conscience. So that happened, and to me, that was like the beginning of the gates opening up, and there would have been also some other people. But what's happening now is it's countries, okay, countries that are being they're looking into the organization through different countries. So it's gone from people to countries within the last 22 years. Okay.
Oh my. Okay, I'm in a little bit of shock, and I
Why?
shouldn't be, because I'll tell you what happened in this case. So the detective says to me, and the prosecution, they tell me in this case, they said, let's make something really clear what's happened here. Oh, this is why. This is what's happened. This chap that got arrested, it exposed a major cartel. That's what happened. Because they said, what did he do? He took the item and he sent it to a person who knows technology, who's just got a pile of these things and just working 1, 2, 3, 4. It went into a shipping container. The shipping container went to the border. That thing from the border went from South Africa all the way to Nigeria. That's
Wow.
what happened. And the only way that could be pulled off is you going, well, what happened to border control? Oh, so they said, right, it's exposed a massive cartel and a massive network. But we're
Okay.
going to focus on just putting this one person in prison. We're not going further with this, though it is exposed. this whole thing. And so that was one of the reasons why the police said to me, get used to this weapon, because you are now a target. And that's what happened. And the organization got wind of it and it disbanded that congregation. That's what occurred. So, and there was the youth that was put in danger, and it was the cartel. And it gets worse, because at the branch, what became apparent was we had persons in the branch who had weapons.
Okay. Yeah.
Allegedly. Let me add that. Allegedly.
Allegedly is a good term.
But it looked like these persons were useful to be a kind of, how can I say, army for us when it was useful, and when they were discovered, then we disavow and we say how shocking this is that these guys have got weapons in the Bethel.
Okay. Yes. That makes sense.
This is a mess.
Well, I mean, it's deniability. I've seen it. I've seen court cases where you and I both know what the shepherd the flock of God book. I'm sorry. Let me welcome Dallas. Dallas, welcome.
Howdy, Dallas.
Okay.
What?
He's with us.
I just had to greet y'all here.
Oh, thank you.
Dallas, good to be with you.
Great to be here too, and Ashes
Hey,
too.
Dallas.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
That's Falling Ashes said hi to you.
I know she did. I know.
Okay.
And
we have
I love her. She's one I love.
What the?
I love you too, Dallas.
Showing up as Nadine.
Hi.
Gigi.
Hi.
It's really Nadine. Okay.
Hi, Nadine.
Only me. We're like together.
Oh, that's right. Y'all are hanging out.
I mean, physically in the same place.
That's really cool.
Well, no, don't get no ideas. If there's two
why
beds.
Not? We're grown adults. We grown adults. Y'all are dating.
No, there's two beds.
And without a chaperone. Hell yeah. Good for you.
No, we had Jesse. Jesse was our chaperone for a little bit. And
So
then Rick Farron too. We called
Rick.
So don't even.
I think.
You know
what I think that chaperone rule, that's all came from that Phariseeism.
Nah, you know what it is? I think Apostle Babe is trying to go elder, JW elder. He's trying to build a case on us.
Hey,
a case for what? Love?
Is that Dallas? Is Dallas on?
Yeah, that's Dallas.
It is.
Hi, Dallas.
I'm here, Nadine. Yeah, you've been in Arizona, haven't you? Yeah.
Yes, it is true. Guilty. I'm guilty.
I am a hopeless romantic, and I love when people get together and enjoying their time together. I think that's the most awesome thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've actually known each other a very long time, haven't we, Gilbert?
Yeah. We went to a comedy club last night.
Right on.
Mm-hmm. But she wouldn't drink any alcohol. So
no, I had alcohol the first night.
Yeah.
And
which is good because it's lower maintenance. You know.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You did not say that.
Well, when a woman drinks a lot of booze, you know,
it costs a lot.
And everything else that comes with it. Forget the money. It's all the other problems.
Well, what happens is it makes me really tired.
Yeah.
So I'm not like a barrel of fun.
Yeah.
You know,
But I have to take her to Applebee's.
It is truth serum, though. Gilbert,
you have to take her. Oh my God, Gilbert!
No, because they have the perfect margarita, and I kept telling her about the perfect margarita, and was it perfect?
It wasn't. Then he kept asking me questions.
Yeah.
And of course, when I drink, I talk more.
She was. Yeah, it was like the truth serum. Yeah.
It was truth serum. So he was that. Usually doesn't. It's funny because on the phone, you know, when we talk, I ask him questions and he's like, oh my God, why are you asking me so many questions? But then in person, he asked me questions, and
Mhm.
I'm like,
How fun.
oh my God, why are you asking me so many questions? Yeah, but it's like truth serum.
Yeah. So
Uh-huh.
if you ever get a chance to go to Applebee's, yeah,
Mhm.
perfect margarita. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have
I
to get
don't
anything
I don't drink, but okay, I'll keep that in
Yeah, but
mind.
on that one, you'll
I
you'll
don't
become a
really-
believer.
I don't
Okay.
really drink. I drink a margarita once in a while.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, Gilbert, you mean you just went to a chain? There's plenty of local places to enjoy
but-
as well.
No, but Applebee's does have the best
Oh.
margarita. Perfect. They call it the perfect margarita. It really is. It's amazing.
Gilbert's been telling me about this margarita for 2.5 years.
Yeah. So I had to take
Oh.
care of that.
Okay.
And when we went to Las Vegas,
Yeah.
The XJW get
no. We
meetup
went
thing?
to no.
Oh.
Hey, you know what I did? And I did it on purpose. I'm gonna confess, I'm a bad boyfriend.
Are you getting ready to tell me y'all eloped?
No. So we went to Las Vegas.
That's why I was asking, because you said you went to Vegas. It's
So
kind of
what
a thing.
happened is she's like, "Where are we going?" So I made her get on the city bus,
Mm.
and we took her but it went straight to the Sahara Desert, the Sahara Hotel, and it was only like $1, for the ride, and she thought I was being a cheapskate and everything, and I wasn't. And then the hotel was nice, and then I took her taxis everywhere, but I wanted to get her reaction by putting her on a city bus,
Okay, really?
and she did great. But it's Las Vegas. Everybody rides the bus in Vegas.
Okay.
It's just, and it was fun, but she didn't like it. But
Well, no, I was just starving at that
Yeah,
point, and
yeah.
I just wanted.
Oh, okay.
that was
Yeah.
fun. I was like, so I'll never do that again. I'm never gonna I just wanted to see if,
Yeah, he was trying to test me.
I was trying to.
He
Tell
I
you.
was just getting ready to ask, were you testing her?
Yes, I
Yeah.
was.
And I
I'm not
made
gonna-
myself stop.
I'm not gonna do
and
that
not
again. I won't do that again.
Oh
Got
no,
tested
you
by
will. And the next time I think you
No.
did,
No.
I'm going to ask you, were you
No.
testing her?
No,
No.
Linda, look. Every time Gilbert does something, I already know ahead of time that he's trying to do that.
Yeah. So
Right,
she's
'cause
she's on to me.
I'm
She's
on
on
to
to my
him,
ways.
yeah, I know him.
So.
Yeah.
I'm actually really happy that the two of you guys are together, and I think it's very, very cool. I think your personalities work well together. And
Yeah.
like I said, I'm a hopeless romantic, and I'm
Well, I wouldn't
I'm
have done it.
happy for you two.
I was when I found out she voted for me, then I was like, okay, all right,
Yes,
Yeah.
I forgot.
yeah, I was like,
GG
yeah.
for GB is
Yeah.
running for governing body of the Watchtower
Yes,
Bible
last
Tract
night.
Society.
Oh, that's
Which
right.
one? Pennsylvania, New York?
He asked me last night who I voted for.
Which one? There's
Yeah.
all kinds.
Yeah. But
I almost said Trump, but then
I
I
know.
thought, no, I know what he's talking about.
yeah,
GB,
she's fun.
you don't want to be GB for the African Watchtower.
Oh no.
Oh Lord.
That's hectic, eh?
I know they got
Who
problems.
are
with
we
that.
talking to now?
Matthew's from South
Oh,
Africa.
Matthew.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
I've
This is
heard of
Nadine and Gilbert Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Matthew, make sure I'll go ahead and email you my voting ballot so you can vote me in. And
Oh, thanks. Send
yeah,
it.
yeah. It pisses
So
them off.
are you guys on a road trip now?
No.
Is this a Las Vegas meetup or something? What's
No,
going on?
that's the other fellas.
No, everybody wanted us to go, but Gilbert refused.
Yeah, I don't.
I tried to talk him into going, but I could have talked him into
Yeah.
it if I was like physically here. But since I was on the phone with him, he's a very difficult.
But they
man.
wanted to go bowling and stuff like that. I was
We,
just
we
like,
didn't have to bowl.
Okay,
We
I
could have just sat on the sideline.
Yeah.
And watched them bowl.
But come on,
By
Linda.
the way,
If I could
GG for GB literally got a letter from headquarters in the United States that he
Yeah.
was not allowed to show up at a certain convention a few years back,
or
2017.
any
yes?
property, or any property,
But
anything.
nobody wants to go to those conventions
I know.
anymore. So
Well, you know, the beautiful thing is I framed that picture. So Watchtower sent me a letter saying I'm forbidden from any like
Yes.
association with a watcher. And so I tell people I framed it, and when I die, it's going to go with me. So like when I meet St. Peter, I'm like, no, I got a ticket to
See
ride.
this? See what a badass I am?
You know, you can't send
Don't
me to
turn
hell.
me away.
Yeah.
Don't turn me away.
That's a
But-
powerful resume, Gilbert.
What's that?
That's a powerful resume.
Oh
Because
yeah.
it kind of says, what's it? You know, like video games, when you getting more and more baddies, then you know you're in the right direction. So you
Yeah.
must have triggered all kinds of things to get that. Yeah, at least they were communicating with you and put something in print.
You know what? George Orwell says that every joke is a tiny revolution. So when you laugh at
When you laugh
them
at what?
more than any kind of activism, just the sheer
Oh.
mockery of them. And this is
Yes.
why like Saturday Night Live does mockery of you know, different presidents and so forth. So that's why they hate you. If you were to make a videos and you make fun of Watchtower, the governing body is going to hate you more because they hate comedy.
This
Fun.
is true.
Anything fun, yeah.
I think humor is a very, very important thing for healing. So I like the sounds of this.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, anytime you can do activism and with comedy, you're yeah. But yeah, the last thing, the reason I didn't go to Las Vegas, a bunch of guys over there. Like, why would I be with a bunch of guys? You know, so no, just kidding.
So it's nice to have it balanced, eh?
Yeah.
So now I don't know Nadine. So Nadine, what's your story about this and Las Vegas and all that kind of stuff? I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot or.
Oh, about Vegas. Well, I wanted to go to Vegas, and everybody did want me to go to Vegas. But Gilbert said, no, I don't want to go to Vegas.
Yes.
So he says, I want you to come to Arizona.
Yeah.
And so I was going to try to do both, but it just didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's special about Arizona?
It's God's country. Yeah.
That's so funny.
It's where Adam and Eve were
Great.
born.
Okay.
Gilbert.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah. No,
I
just,
heard they were in Utah.
A lot of
Not Arizona.
cactus. It looks like Palm Springs. A
yeah.
lot.
Yes.
It's nice. Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Well, you folks have certainly
It is
brought
nice.
light to the mood. So thank you very much.
well, I better get going. Hey, stick around, Matthew. We're gonna get going because it's past our bedtime.
Well, you've brightened the day. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh man, thank you. And we'll check back tomorrow, and I'll put this on replay. So because I missed the first half hour. So
Oh, okay.
all right, but yeah, it was a great show.
And
Thank you for
really
joining
good,
us.
and really good to meet you.
I'm actually going to be leaving
Likewise,
too.
likewise.
So
All right, don't forget to vote.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Ash. Falling Ash.
thank
Bye-bye.
you,
Fallen
Pasta Babe.
Ashes on?
Yeah, she's there too. All right.
Yo.
Now
And
take
Apple.
care now. Gilbert and Nadine, they done left.
I'm looking forward to Fallen's next album.
She done left us, hadn't she?
I think so.
She needs some rest.
She's
it's-
also talented too.
But it's good being with you, Dallas, and thanks for all the encouragement along the way. I really appreciate it. You also brighten the day, let me tell you.
Well, thank you.
Linda James, what are we
Yes.
talking about? Are we on the bike model today?
We are going to go to the bite model. Yes. You know what? We were talking about deniability, and I was
Yeah.
going into the Shepherd, the Flock of God book. We know the rules of what the elders are supposed to do in certain situations. But when they get to court, and there's a lawyer from headquarters there, I've seen the lawyer from headquarters literally throw the elder under the bus when it comes time for them to face the courts. It's usually something like, when this certain thing happens, an elder is supposed to do this or this or this. And then the elder from Watchtower says, actually, they can just use their own conscience. When everybody
Okay.
that has ever been involved in this culture knows that
So
if
all
they
it is about
by-
cutting potential liability. That's all it is. That's the policy. If there's any sniff
Mhm,
of liability, boom, that's it. And
that's right.
and if you oppose that in any way, well, then you're an apostate or you XJW or whatever.
Hmm.
Okay.
And it really comes down to, if you end up seeing an elder and they're questioning you regarding apostasy, or if you still believe in this organization, the question they will ask you is, do you believe that God is using this governing body? They're not going to ask you if you still believe in the Bible or if you even still believe in God. It's a question, and I'm just saying this in general. I can't say this for every elder, but what I've heard from many situations is that people are asked if they believe that Jehovah is using this governing body. And if you don't, you will be removed or disfellowshipped. That's a major belief system you have to remain in this organization. And it's
So
considered apostasy.
here's the interesting thing. If you trained in Thelema or in Enochian or in Freemasonry or Rosicrucian or even Theosophy for that matter,
Mhm.
any one of these things, or you've gone to what is it, a secret school, and you have that deeper training, you know what the answer is, genuinely, and you will pass a lie detection test. You will pass. Here's the answer. So Linda James asked me, do I believe in the GB and do I believe in the Bible? The answer is yes. And I will pass a polygraph.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the more you know, it becomes this big blur and it all converges. And
Yeah.
so I don't know how useful that is to anybody who's listening, but you can. The answer is yes.
There's this thing called the sunk cost fallacy, where we've invested so much into something. It could be a partner, it could be an organization, it could be a project, it could be a job, and it has become toxic, and it's just not easy to leave it, because you know that sooner or later it's going to come through. What you're expecting as good is going to come through. So you still stick around because of how much you've invested in it, rather than leaving and just, cutting the cost and moving to another area in your life. So this is called the sunk cost fallacy. A lot of
But we're
people.
also very powerful as well. So in Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, there's a thing called a golem. I think last time we were talking about Lord of the Rings and golem as a character in Lord of the Rings. But before that, you had stories of Frankenstein, and you had stories of, in ancient Hebrew mysticism, you had the golem, or you had the clay figure that was animated. And so we have the power in our minds and in our spirit, or to bring life to certain things. We can make our own demons, or we can make our own or create our own fears and things like this, and we can animate them. And so so this golem situation, we are able to bring life to these things. Now, why am I telling you this? Why am I telling you about Kabbalah? I can't remember because
We were talking about if you get questioned by an elder or somebody in the organization.
Yeah. So the organization, governing body, all of this is as our imaginations have been fed and programmed over the years, we've brought life to it. We bring life by belief. We bring life by faith. We bring life by our imagination. Even if you don't believe, we bring life to it.
Yes.
And so that's the Kabbalah. That's the ancient psychology. You see, psychology comes from philosophy, but that's how it works. So the actual honest answer for anybody who wants to be empowered by this and turn it right on its head and to use the same thing that they're using against people is to say yes, and you can do that truthfully. You will absolutely pass a polygraph.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes weird sense, but that's the truth.
I hear you. I hear you.
And it's incredibly empowering. I think there was somebody who said, I don't know if it was on Rick or Fran. Oh, it was on Fran and Joe. And we were discussing there on Fran and Joe, if you're an elder, don't relinquish your eldership. Or if you are a JW, don't necessarily hand in your, disassociation letter. Let them remove you, okay? Because if they remove you, it creates the liability. Oh, they were saying there's a lot of elders in no man's land. They haven't gone to meetings and things like this, but they still remain elders. And in a way, they've done that with me. They're saying, oh, you're not an elder, but then they tie me into elders' things. And I'm going, what? Why are you still? I've just received mail now. And you talk about being a plant. Maybe they deliberately do this because there's that liability thing and they're trying to minimize the liability as much as possible. But they've just sent me stuff I'm supposed to respond to as an elder. And I just go, the police can have this because you're not answering any questions. You're sending me sensitive stuff. If I respond to that, then that's entrapment.
Mm-hmm.
Makes
you an accomplice.
Yeah. So I'm going, you tell me I'm not an elder. Now you tell me I'm an elder. And you've asked me if I want to be an elder. I say no. And then you make me an elder. And it's against human rights. What did you say? Trafficking. I don't know if this comes into trafficking because they say that you're society property and you have no say in the matter.
You know what? As a woman with 10% less brain mass than a man, I release you from any obligation of this organization from today on. You're free. And it's up to you whether you want to respond to anything the organization requests of you. And it sounds like you're already on that place of distancing yourself. And over time, it's just going to be more and more freedom.
So you know what you've just done, Linda James? You have used the words in Kabbalah to disarm the golem. That's the magic, or that's the Enochian, just through the will. And if people know what you've just done, to be able to say no, a no is a no, a yes is a yes, and a no is a no, and this is the boundary that is being put in place. How powerful is that?
That's beautiful.
So and that's what you've done.
It's liberating.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And many people have different suggestions for others to do. And there was a time that Joe and Fran were not ready to disassociate themselves. That was not what they wanted to do. And then came a day when they did want to disassociate themselves because they came to a place where they wanted to move into an area that they did not want to be approached and questioned about it. So they went, you know when and if you're ready to do whatever you're going to do. And it has to go with your conscience. It has to go with your circumstances. And yes, people might be able to make suggestions, but just pick the ones that work for you or come up with your own way. That's the freedom of not being a person that listens to the instructions of the elders for what is in your best interest.
I think it's also the emotional blackmail as well, because you're going, because things are tied into the police, and the motivation has been not for self, but it's been for protection of others.
Yes.
It gets you to hold on as well, and you're going, oh, I can't come out of this legally, or I can't disassociate legally because there's somebody who's trapped, or there's others who've trapped, asked for help.
Let's talk about legally. It's said, and I believe this, that when someone is baptized and they answer those 2 questions in front of everyone, this oath, that is a verbal contract that someone has with this organization. Matthew, a contract goes both ways. Okay? But we can't ever question the organization or hold them accountable or say that they owe us anything or that we are entitled to anything from this verbal contract. It's all us and our obligation to the organization. And children who are under 18, making a verbal contract is illegal. Okay? If it wasn't illegal, you would see kids driving off the lot at the corner Honda dealer, okay? Buying houses in the next town over, because they could do that because they would be able to make a contract. But it's illegal for a child to buy a house, make a contract, and sign it, or to buy a car. Okay? It is illegal to make a verbal contract with a child. Okay? I hope people hear this, and if they ever do get questioned by the elders, that you can have a mindset of being released. Okay? They may say you knew what you were doing and still try to hold you accountable. No. This was an illegal contract. If you were under
this might be getting more difficult, and if it's awkward, just blast me with it. Cool. Say, for instance, they are forcing fiduciary upon you because they don't want to take the fiduciary responsibility.
Can you explain what that word fiduciary means?
So fiduciary. So say, for instance, you buy a property at like a Kingdom Hall. You have to have some signatory that's responsible, or somebody who says, oh, I'll make sure that payment is put there, and I'll share it with this fiduciary, and I'll share it with that fiduciary, which is what's happened in Ireland with the, like, Lecto, right?
Yes.
You've got several directors. You don't just have one. You have several directors that are all there, and they've got different qualifications. This one's in banking, or that one's in banking, or that one's in real estate, or whatever. And they share that fiduciary responsibility if there's any sort of defaulting upon payments or anything that happens illegally in the transfer of monies or the transfer of assets or what anything's worth. So if something goes sour, then the law requires that somebody's answerable, or somebody gets a penalty, or they go to prison, or there's some kind of payment that happens, because prison should be some payment, or you're given forced labor or something like that to pay off the state or to pay off whoever has suffered loss.
Okay. Thank
Is
you.
that too complex? But that's so you'll have elders, they want to have power, or you'll have somebody at the branch who wants to have power over people, but they might not necessarily like having fiduciary power. So they call in the 19-year-old newly appointed elder and say, listen, you've been blessed by Jehovah. So-and-so was unfaithful, or whatever, or Matt was a problem. But you've been blessed by Jehovah. Get on your knees and shout hallelujah, because you're now the overseer of this thing, and you're the fiduciary. There's a lot of responsibility, but you're like King Solomon.
Yeah.
Ain't that great for you? So this is the fiduciary thing, and this is what's happening. So they're offloading bad books onto all the kids. But when I say kids, they're not kids. They're young in temperament, 18, 19. They qualify to be elders or whatever, but they have no idea.
My nephew is in the New York headquarters in Bethel.
Now, Yvonne says fiduciary is good faith. Yeah, I wonder
Okay.
how good. But I think we know the scam. We identify what's happening. So they force this thing. So they're going. So they're going now. I think with Fran and Joe, what's the new trick that's happening is they're going, oh no, it's an ambiguous removal. Did we say you were removed? No, you're not. Did we say you're no longer an elder? But we'll send you elders information, because what we're concerned about is the legal aspect and who gets the blame. How about that? And we don't like you anymore. So we will tell you, oh, he held on to being an elder, or he held on to being a JW. This is the other thing. They may say we don't accept your disassociation letter. This is how bad it's getting now.
Mm-hmm. But on the other end, someone's behavior can simply disassociate them. You know, I get the impression, and I'm way over here in Southern California, but I get the impression from just the few times you've mentioned that headquarters is still sending you things. What they're doing is keeping you in the loop of something that is something you wanted to warn them about. You were doing them like this favor, going, look, I'm telling you this to save you from negative consequences, but what? You're the lunatic. You're the lunatic is what they told you. When you were telling them, listen, this could be a negative result for you. You don't want this. Let's handle this better. And then
so
what
what's
they
the
really want
advice
to do
for viewers? The advice is just keep channeling it through the police. Whenever they contact or find a way to contact the individual who's at the center of the storm, just send it to the police. Because if you don't and you're holding it, then it's like you're hiding something. But if you send it to the police, it's like, no, we're transparent. This is what they're doing. This is how. Oh, you see. So are you truly released from the system, or the whole system? I think this is what I was saying to Fran and Joe. I was saying, are we getting on top of it? Are more people realizing that the system is so broken that this is how people are trapped?
And you are not. They want you to believe you're trapped, but you're really not. Okay? And it does feel still like you're trapped because you have been indoctrinated and conditioned to follow these instructions, to do these things, to fill out this paperwork. This is what you're used to doing. To break that takes a real conscious effort to change what you usually do. And you've been doing it for years and decades. So to make yourself change the habit that you've been indoctrinated and conditioned to believe is the proper way, you literally have to, it's like learning a new habit. It's going to take a while before it flows, because you're going to want to do what you've been doing all this time. That's what naturally you'll want to do. But to do things different, you have to think harder. But over time, you're going to be more, you'll be more mentally released from this position that you believe you owe them.
Can I ask you something about pain? I see there's a lot of encouraging comments coming, and I really appreciate everybody chipping in their happy thoughts, and also John Marciano and Purple and many more. Natasha Garfield's another one. I see you all, and I'm
These
really
guys
grateful.
are really awesome people.
Yeah, and it's really great to tap into that. And let me tell you, it feels like a relief in many, many ways, just being able to talk, freely among
Yes.
unaware people, But I want to talk about actual physical pain because I was losing my eyesight. I was going blind, okay? And I lost my hearing and I lost my sight, like having sunstroke. And it was the sheer pressure that's re-traumatizing, right? So I wanted to ask, this physical manifestation of pain and trying to deal with it without getting addicted to anything or without getting onto anything mind altering or even medication or anything like this. What's the deal? Is it just that we live with the physical pain? Is that what it is? It's just that's part and parcel of what's happened to it.
I couldn't tell you how to handle it.
Okay, I go to a doctor. That's
Yeah,
it. That's the proper
yeah.
answer.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
it's a common thing, right? It's a common thing that this manifests, and
The
by the
things
way,
the things we've stuffed it down shows up in other areas of our life. You know, it manifests other ways. For different people, it's different ways.
and so I suppose the pain is our nature telling us this is wrong.
Could be. And or this is so much, my brain needs to just kind of break down for a while. It needs to go on a hiatus for a while. I'm not able to take all of this because you've been in a double bind over a double bind over a double bind. And let's not stop there. Let's give you some more, because there's something wrong with you. But you've been trying to follow all the steps and helping them out and saying, listen, if this isn't handled well, you're going to be getting these consequences. And what they really want you to do is shut the fuck up. And you're not. Okay? Because it doesn't work with your sense of conscience nor integrity. So what did they do with you? A bunch of, I don't know what. It is going to be the next thing. But to keep in contact with you is probably a way for them to keep it up. And
Yeah.
I'm not telling you don't associate with Jehovah's Witnesses anymore. I'm just telling you that I see the freedom that you can have mentally.
I think in harmony with what John Marciano is saying here, because you're talking about the system is broken, is we need to have the protections of police and enforcement where you've said no and you've put in the boundaries, where now there is an easier path to putting the necessary protections in place so that these trespassers aren't just done without any kind of consequences. I think that's what it is. And the police are going, did they come around? Did they bother you again? Did they find a way in again? Did they do this again? You let it go. And I think what it is,
you're documenting a police report, and I believe you deserve to have it documented. I don't know if you can hold the police accountable to do that or not, but
well, that's the ombudsman.
You're making a paper trail. I didn't mean to ruin your thought process, but I stand with you. Each time you call them, you need a paper trail in case you ever end up in court. And they deny that they shun, and they deny whatever it is your complaint is. But the fact is the elders, once they're informed of any kind of CSA or other criminal activities, they are to immediately call this. It used to be the Department of Lawyers, but now it's the service desk. And why? Because they're telling you as elders that it's a form of protection so that you can act properly for whichever country or state you're in. So they'll look up and see if you need to be a mandatory reporter or not. So here you are trusting this organization, following their directions. But what that ends up doing is giving them a head start.
Yeah.
And it might not be in your best interest, because then they let you know whether or not you are to report it, and you go with their advice. Why? Because you believe they're going to protect you, you know?
I see Yvonne there saying deep breathing, relaxation, visualization. Debbie Moore also is very understanding and concerned about, oh, there's one, autism. I think that comes from autistics often having very high sense of justice. There are a disproportionate
Yes.
number. You mentioned something about autism connection,
I
didn't you?
mentioned it last week before the show started, and and I don't know if I said this to you, but I picture you being Asperger's, and I know there's controversy with that term, but that would be what I picture. Um, that's what I picture. And yes, we do. It's a thing. Like, we want justice, you know? It's hard for us to sleep at night knowing we've done a hopscotch and the hokey pokey, and we turned ourselves around because we were directed to do it that way, but still it hasn't been handled the way we've been trained to handle it. So why is it not, you know what I'm saying? That boggles our brain. If we've been trained to do something in a certain way, but now all of a sudden we're not going to do it, or I'm not supposed, or you're not, it breaks our brain. It just does. You know what I'm saying? What do you do with that? Bless you.
Yvonne is mentioning learn deep breathing, visualization. So yeah, the funny thing is, you have been using all those coping strategies over the years anyway. You know, like
Thank you,
what's it?
Yvonne, and happy
Controlled
thoughts.
hypoxia. Yeah, controlled hypoxia, which puts you even into an altered state. I mean, I was doing that. I was taught that from my Gilead instructor. Because it's very, very powerful. It can put you into a trance state, even because who's a leading character? Wim Hof, for instance. Not that I'm promoting one particular person above another, but there's a person who attracted a lot of attention and is a bit of a showman, and was showing that. But you get into all of these coping strategies over the years until you get to a saturation point that your deep relaxation methods and all of this kind of stuff, all it's doing is it's showing the injustice. So you apply all of these things, you apply all of the psychologies which are supposed to help, and all it's doing is it's going, are you listening to nature? Nature's telling you no.
Right.
Stop down this path. It's over.
Our
And you're wanting
body,
to override it.
yeah. Yeah. And you know, it's hard to it's hard. I get you. And also too, when some people go through a traumatic experience, they will naturally disassociate. That's a clever thing the body does to get us through a traumatic situation. And so sometimes, people will just kind of be staring off to the side, and they're just kind of daydreamy and just disassociating, like tuning out of the situation that they're in. Sometimes the brain just needs to do that. It happens in just really when there's just too much going on up here to be able to process,
I believe President Trump made a controversial connection with Tylenol, which is paracetamol, which is a pain management, to the spectrum of autism.
Correct.
He
That
made
is
the
what Trump said, yes.
So it's very interesting, this loop thing that has been created there, which would make sense that that's another cult through the medical system that knows only too well how all these medications and things like that works.
Well, the thing is about What Trump
But
has
it's
done.
difficult to comment, isn't it? Because
I'm sorry,
you
say
don't.
that again, please.
It's difficult to comment on these kind of things because you don't know what politics is involved or what kind of monetary things are involved here. But I think we know enough of the pattern that the medical system does keep people trapped, doesn't it?
I'm not convinced Tylenol is that damaging for pregnant women nor infants. But I can be wrong. I'm not a doctor, I'm a hairdresser, okay? But from the Trump I've come to know and the people that he has put in these positions of authority, none of them have been educated to be in these positions. But what they all are is loyal to him. That's why they're in these positions, okay? RFK Jr. is who is in charge of the talking about Tylenol being related to possibly causing autism. It's genetic. And this is not the first time Tylenol has been blamed for causing autism. It's been around 2014. That was something that came up then. It's been debunked. And he also said, check with your pediatrician or your doctor. So that gave him to where he won't be blamed. Yes, we're
Yes.
telling you not to, but check with your doctor.
Right.
And RFK Jr., when he was questioned, I would say about 6 months ago, he was questioned about all kinds of stuff medically. And then at the end, he was saying, I'm not expecting any of you to take my advice on anything. It's like, what are you doing? What are you in this position for? You know?
So, Linda James, do we need to do a disclaimer for your show that, again, we remind everybody that whatever is said here is
Our
under
opinion.
essential critical thinking, thesis, antithesis, or synthesis? I see that Happy Thoughts has said something very interesting. He says, if I can read it, says, I think it's disappeared, but Happy Thoughts was saying, does everyone here find these chats a form of therapy? And I would like to answer Happy Thoughts and say, Happy Thoughts helped me to start talking again.
Did she or he?
Happy Thoughts helped me to start talking from 5, 10, 15 minutes to now talking like this. I couldn't talk. I couldn't actually get words out. And there was something that happened that was a suggestion. It was a constructive criticism, and I applied it. And when that happened, that was, I believe, a healing step. So Happy Thoughts, that's to you. Yes, is the answer.
Happy Thoughts. And Purple,
This is therapy, yes.
Being able to talk to other people that get it, because we were once or still are within this culture of basically being ruled by malignant narcissists. Okay? Some claim to be God or speak for God. And let me just say this right here and now. Cult 101. If someone tells you that they are God, run. If someone tells you they speak for God, run. Okay? That's both of those things are to tell you this is a cult and it's not a good one. And there are good cults out there, okay, that are very edifying and healthy, but this is not one of them, okay? If they say that they are God, run. If they say that they speak for God, run. And the organization I grew up in told us that they speak for God, that they are the mouthpiece of God, and that the elders are directed by the Holy Spirit. And then they said they weren't Holy Spirit directed and nor infallible. They never claimed to be infallible. But they've told us we can't interpret Scripture, only they can. So we were in a position to where we had to accept what they said the Scriptures mean. So when they told us that they were the faithful and discreet slave, and told us what that meant. They said it meant that it was a fulfillment of prophecy, when in actuality, it's a parable. It's not prophecy.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, Linda James. I'm grateful to all of the subscribers or all of those that are on the channel here. I can see so many comments coming in, and I'm tuning into that. I see John Marciano is holding on, and he's talking about Tylenol, and he's just
We're still here. And
yeah,
you know,
he's giving. It's a comfort. It's saying, listen, don't panic. I think that's how we started the show today. It was don't panic, wasn't it?
yes. And you know what? That's what you said. That's right. And if Trump, my president, whom again I respect for his position, I have respect for him by virtue of his position, but he scares the crap out of me, because when we were in the pandemic, he suggested that we ingest a disinfectant to help clean it all out. This is a bad idea, but this is Trump logic. I've watched him gaslight America for so long. It's scary. We had an airline flight go down, and he blamed it on someone who's disabled. Okay, he has gotten rid of DEI, diversity, inclusion, and equity, so that the only people that are I don't know how to put it, but white straight men are like the only ones that are not of the minority group of people. So he blamed this plane going down because of somebody in the towers that were up there watching him was like disabled, severely disabled mentally. Okay. Getting this job is one of the hardest jobs to get. When people go through training, 60% drop out because it's a very hard job to get. So somebody slow or mentally disabled would not have even got the job. Okay. And they make you stop at the age of 65. No, it's in their 50s, because it's such a strenuous job. They believe that if you go too far, if you get too old, you won't be as sharp. Okay. But he wanted us to believe there was somebody who was mentally unstable in one of these towers, and that's why the plane went down. No, that's not what happened. And there's story, like, I don't know. He was saying even recently that, that the government might shut down, blaming it on the Democrats and saying, because we want transgenders for everyone. Like we want everybody to be a transgender. Are you out of your mind? No, we just want the transgender sisters and brothers we do have to be safe. That's all. He's already said there's only two sexes, male and female. But we know some people are born intersex. And we know that there are some people who transition from one sex to another.
Interesting that it's the tower again. I see Purple has commented the person in the tower who was disabled was because he was unable to walk. It had nothing to do with his mental condition. We're back to the tower again.
Yes. And it's the stuff he comes up with as explanations and reasons. He went to the UN and told all these countries, y'all are crap. It's like, what are you doing? All you countries are terrible. I'm like, oh my God, okay.
Okay.
So when he suggests Tylenol is not a good idea, he could be right.
Yvonne said something there about, I see there's all kinds of suggestions. Of course, yeah, going to the doctor is the go-to, isn't it? Going to the proper medical Professional is what we've got to do. That's what's expected on channels like this, and
Yes.
that's the responsible thing. I'm actually not on those medications. I'm on something called, and I'm not promoting it. This was given to me by my doctor, low dose naltrexone, which means that you can't actually be on any opioid or paracetamol or Tylenol or anything like
Okay.
that, and you shouldn't be on anything like that. And it's an antagonist for all of those medications, and it is effective in reducing inflammation.
And Tylenol is not a it doesn't lower. I'm not. It is a fever reducer, but it doesn't reduce inflammation. Okay, I think you kind of froze up there. And when I was also looking into Tylenol lately, the main concern with Tylenol is to not take too much to avoid an overdose. But this has been something for all the time I've been, like, during my childbearing decade, it was Tylenol. Another thing he mentioned was, don't give your infant a couple of tablets of Tylenol. Okay. Infants don't take tablets of Tylenol. We give them liquid. So it's just like, I just think he's out of touch with a lot of what I consider reality.
Linda James, there was a time that I don't know how it was in the United States, but there was a time that in my circle of African branches that there wasn't a push to use the mainstream medicine. There was a push for a more holistic kind of approach, which appealed to me. And then there was a change around about 2000, and then they brought in a different thing and kind of poo-pooed all of that and was going, this is all pseudoscience, and we don't believe in it. And it was all the addictive stuff, and it was the antidepressants coming in and all of this kind of thing. And that was the major changes that was coming through the branches, mainly from the South Africa branch, which was deemed the medical center for Africa.
Okay. Yeah.
Was there something like that in the States, or the States always did push the mainstream Western medicine?
All I can tell you is about the Kingdom Hall I grew up in, and there was a good amount of sisters that would talk about taking holistic paths, you know, and would suggest it to one another over, you know, something that the doctor would give you to try that first. And if it doesn't work, then yeah, go to the doctor. So yeah, there was that within the culture that I grew up in, definitely encouraging that, but it didn't mean that it would end there. But, and you know what? Yeah, we end up seeing a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I don't know what you call it, but there's something, there's a name for it, that when we have gone through
Catharsis?
a lot of trauma and stuff, it shows up with symptoms in other ways in our bodies, and it's not called pseudo symptoms. It's something else. When I come up with it, I'll throw it out there.
Yeah, there was a stage that I was so impressed with persons who'd been trained, who were Bethel elders at the time, many years ago, a couple of decades ago, because they would use the psychological methods to induce catharsis, to undo the knots if you had stomach problems or whatever. And I remember us using this as elders. We even saw persons with diabetes, and we felt like we were curing like Christ using these methods. And then that died out. But those are all psychosomatic.
That's the word, psychosomatic. That's the word I'm talking about. We end up with psychosomatic symptoms because of stuff we've stuffed down, traumas we've gone through, the abuse we've been through that we didn't even realize was abuse. It was just an ordinary Tuesday to us. And then we kind of find out later that, oh, that's considered abusive. Okay. You know, like spanking. Okay.
Yeah.
In the culture of my kingdom hall, where I grew up, there was wooden spoons.
Yes.
That was a very common thing, wooden spoons or spatulas on the hands. So,
So that would be interesting to know when that kind of shifted, because that was one of the things that attracted me to becoming an elder was, oh, we can apply this thing of truth, getting the truth out, in leading a person to catharsis, so that all of these not, because I loved it when somebody leading somebody who had a problem, and you could see the cure happening then and there through a power of faith, through a belief system that worked by bringing the story out and facing the traumas and all of this kind of stuff. And that was what I believed was the way, until I realized that I was living in a bubble or just in a circle that had believed in it, but the rest of the society or the rest of the religion didn't believe in that. And I was just sort of like, when did that shift, or when did that change, or was it just a little micro bunch of elders, even in the branch, that believed in that? What the heck happened? I can't reconcile how 1 minute was taught this and it was an incredible thing and it's all the things we're talking about, and then it got squashed.
Mhm.
I haven't worked out when that shifted.
And let's talk about too, if you're in a Catholic church and you think that you're having, like, your home might be visited by demons, or maybe a family member might be demon possessed, okay? A Catholic priest can do what's called an exorcism, okay?
Sure.
This is what we know. Now, in the Jehovah's Witness religion, what happens if these things are the case is an elder comes over and says, there must be something in your house somewhere that a demon must have been attached to that came into your house, and begin to search through your house and come up with things that are disapproved of by the organization. Who knows what it could be, and suggest you get rid of these certain things. And hopefully the demon will be gone.
Okay. Well, I did
Right.
that with the branch, because they were having all of these problems and saying, oh, this is manifesting and that's manifesting. And the instant you could see the manifestation of mental health problems was increasing. I told you that I was assigned to taking personnel. Yeah, okay. So I looked into this, and that's what got me onto the cell lines, because the cell lines is a form of abortion, right? So my teaching had been always, when I'd been sent to these insular areas where there was
what is a cell line?
Sorry, a cell line. So like HEK is one of the cell lines. So it's aborted fetal tissue, or was said, or there was a time that it was associated with aborted fetal tissue. I see as time has progressed, they buried that information, and now it's changed, and they say, oh, it's ambiguous, we don't know that for sure. But prior to 2019, a cell line was aborted fetal tissue. In other words, you could clone an embryo.
That's right.
Okay. And prior to 2019, there was a strange law in New York where you could abort full term, something like this. And what happens to what happens to that material, to put it politely? Oh, I don't know if you can even be polite about it, but it's not always incinerated. It's harvested and used for cell lines, right? So when they need to do medical testing, then they need to have human material, embryos, all of this kind of stuff to do testing. And that was the controversy with the big C, during the big global medical crisis.
Right.
And to develop the medicines, this is why the Catholic Church was involved. This is how Massimo Intervene got involved as a consultant, was because in Catholic society, you can't have any kind of abortive process Okay,
Correct.
so even contraceptives and stuff like that was out
That's
for a
correct.
long time. And so they were saying, oh, this medicine that we're supposed to take, how was it produced? It was produced with the cell lines. So every time, even if these embryos were harvested in 1970 or 1970 roundabout there, isn't that abortion? And so you had a lot of congregants among JW who are coming forward and saying, oh, by the way, what do we do about the cell line thing? Because we're pushing psychologically to get this medicine, and there's sanctions upon us if we don't. We can't go to Pioneer School, we can't go to this, can't do that. Okay, we can't even have a meal with the circuit overseer. And what do we do about the cell line story? I mean, if we have King David who pours the water out and says it's blood guilty with his 3 mighty men who get the water from Jerusalem, and it induces blood guilt, what about this thing? Which sister in the Bethel would donate her baby to produce the cell line, which is used in the manufacturing process, even if it's in the confirmation stage of producing the medicine? It's unethical. And I remember calling the branch and putting this on record in advance, Linda James. I've got the records of this. And I contacted the branch and said, we need to get onto this, because this is, by our teaching, a form of SRA, satanic ritual abuse, or Molech worship, because as soon as you have got an abortion, isn't that termed Molech worship? That's what we've always understood it. And the answer was this: we shall wait for oversight's direction. And I said,
you do know that they've invested in different brands of the
I know that there's shares, because in various trusts there was J&J, and I could see that on the system. Okay, when you had Admin 2000, you could see all of that it was all open. You could see all of these connections through the purchasing department and things like that. You could, and then they clamped down on it, and then it became hub, so you couldn't see it, and it became very compartmentalized. But at one stage, you could see all that.
I'm under the impression that full-term dismissals have been debunked, and I've heard people talk about, like what you've been saying, are involved in that vaccine, and I'm not sure what to think about that, because I've heard people say it over and over again. I haven't looked into it enough to agree or disagree if that's the case. I'm not sure if I agree that that's what they were in all of these. And I've also heard other things too. And it is.
I can tell you what happened, because the one doctor I was with was the one that died outside the branch. So prior to the death, the car accident, right? It was ruled an accident. The brother was saying, oh, I'm not convinced. And then they made a ruling. They said, that's it. It's end of discussion. It was an accident. But prior to the accident, I was sent information from the doctor legally showing with H1N1, it was kind of like a trial run for the one that came afterwards. Okay. And there was also an Ebola connection. So I was seeing that information, and she was going, look, this is what's happening to the branch, and this affects every other branch throughout Africa. Okay. And I feel like there's a trial. In fact, she says, I'm not coming to a conclusion, just take a look at the data. Take a look at what's happening here.
Yeah.
So up to that point, we had that information. We could see where cell lines was coming from. And then as more people were whistleblowing and saying, oh, this is the history, then what happened? There was an obfuscation thing that came in, and there was a flood of extra information that was just nonsense. And they buried it with a flood of information. And now I see 5 years later, 6 years later, sorry, it's even longer because this was prior to 2013. What's happened is there's been a flood of additional information. So now they say we don't know what the source is because they muddied the water. But at that time, when she was saying this is our medical knowledge, it was clear. It wasn't, anything wasn't hidden because there was no politics at that stage. When the politics came in, then we couldn't trace anything. And I can see, oh, if you've got the old records, good, keep those old records, because that was reliable information. When everything went crazy throughout the world, then your information wasn't reliable, and that was by design to stop this thing because of the metaphysical component or the religious component or whatever. So now they're saying, well, you don't actually know. We freed you. Now you don't have any guilt because you don't have that knowledge. That's the advanced information control that's happened with this thing. And we've seen it within the religion as a microcosm, how they control information. And I saw the same pattern happen on a planetary scale. So yes, you're right. We don't know anymore.
I do.
But we can see a pattern.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I have, my mindset is that if you think you should not have received this, that is your choice. And if you think that you should have received this, that is your choice. Like, I am for people making their own choice, you know, either way, and not having somebody else tell you this is what you have to do. But we ended up being involved in groups and, you know, private companies that said, if you're going to work here, this is what we have to have you do. And positionally, they are legally allowed to do that. But then it's that manipulation too. It's that I don't even know how to put it right now.
Well, it's the information control. And so you say we've got the right to make a decision, but isn't it, it's the right to have an informed decision? In other words, that's the disclosure movement. So the whole idea is to have the information transparent. And that's what's happened in Congress. The president is saying, oh, I want to have the information, but I can't rely on my own government to give me the information that I need, because there's a divided government of saying, oh, this is a need to know basis, which is what the JFK thing was all about, and saying, no, we need to release that information. Yes. But hang on, it affects other people, so we can't, it's going to hurt those people. So the whole thing of authority is because of the secrets. They're saying the only way we are going to transcend this is when all the secrets are out and everything is all out and on the table, and you've got this ultimate truth, even if it's the worst, most profane truth, which we believe it is, but we can forgive it and move on because it's all on the table as a society. And as a society, we now can deal with the disclosure of every nasty little terrible secret that ever was there. I think that is the front line of what's going on in the court systems when I talk about someone like Danny Sheehan fighting for disclosure movement. It's not about UFOs. It's not about the JFK assassination. It's about every time they suppressed information that we were supposed to have so we could make an informed decision.
Yes. Yes.
And that's the control. That's the authority. That's put everybody into slavery.
And when I've heard many people say that when they got baptized, they did not have a concept of what disfellowshipping would result in. Like, they didn't understand that they would be shunned. This is the thing. If you're part of a group, a bowling team, the PTA, parent teacher conference, a card group, yes, there's some rules. And if you break the rules, you don't get to stay in the group. But if everybody in that group, after you've been kicked out or chose to leave, is not allowed to talk to you, that's the real problem we're having. This shunning stuff. That expected to shun you, and then the smear campaign comes out saying you're of the devil, you're demonized, you're going to start your own religion, you're a disgruntled worker, all these different, you're mentally diseased. So they have to take this person that they used to hang out with, scare the crap out of the remaining people so they don't associate with them anymore. And that's what's horribly wrong, that parents and children, adult children, don't get to have a relationship because the child has grown up and decided that they don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness anymore. When Article 18 says, which is the freedom of religion from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, says that part of that freedom of religion is that you get to change your belief system. You get to change your religion.
I see Happy Thoughts says send something and says, I like to know the pros and cons. I will never again allow anyone to tell me what to do. So this is the informed thinking, isn't it? This is having the information. I had somebody write to me from up north in Africa. It says, I took a medication and then I found out about it. And I think you've got Dr. John Campbell there, a UK channel. Yeah. So they were also looking into
the nurse, the John Campbell guy, the nurse.
He's a doctor.
Okay.
So he goes into medical reports from highly trained medical professionals worldwide. So you can think of it as a medical whistleblower. So anyways, one of the persons was saying to me up north is, oh, Matt, I took this medication. I found out about it and I feel real bad about it because it affects my spirituality or how I feel that, it bothers my conscience. It bothers my personal conscience. I said, listen,
okay,
like Happy Thoughts has said here, I like to know the pros and cons. So it's having that information. It's having the for and against, the thesis, the antithesis. It says, I will never again allow anyone to tell me what to do. So I was saying, so when you were in ignorance and you didn't know about it, but now you do, it's changed. So from this point on, if you want to say from the spiritual level or from your mental health level or your emotional state, well, you changed. You're a better person, right? You're now empowered. So it's different. So whatever's happened, whether there's some DNA programming, whatever's happened that we don't know about because the information is suppressed, we're changed from this moment on, isn't it? Haven't we learned something and we can move forward? So isn't that a positive?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm trying to clutch onto trying to find the silver lining here.
It's the silver lining. I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Well, you were saying to me, you're not trapped by that system anymore. So that's the silver lining,
yes. Right. And this is, I just looked him up, John Campbell. I thought John Campbell was a nurse, so I was wrong. I'm looking at this right now, and it does say doctor. So, correct. Erase, you guys. I thought he was a nurse, and he is a doctor. Okay. I've watched him on quite a few shows. I like his demeanor. I like the way he talks to the audience. He has a paper in front of him, the way he explains things and he writes things out. I like him a lot.
John Marciano is right behind you on number one comment. Good point, Linda.
Thank you, John. Let's look up Steve Hassan. Hassan. I'm gonna be doing this for you. Yep. And I went to Freedom of Minds Resource Center, is what it's called.
Okay. Is that same section that we were going through last week?
Yes.
Okay.
So I opened it up and then I touched the 3 bars on top. And then I opened I thought I opened up resources last time and found the byte model, but I don't see it now. Learn. Okay, now I push learn, and that's the first. And the drop menu came down, and the first one that came up is the byte model. But I would like us to go to the second one, which is the influence continuum. Do you see that?
Okay. I'm right there.
Okay. The influence continuum is something that you can look at to decide whether a group is healthy or unhealthy. And I'm looking here to see if there's a picture, so I'm going to download it. Yep, I'm going to download it. And the way this is that the influence continuum, if you picture like an arrow from one end and then the other end, a long slot, and that there's positive characteristics of a group on one side and negative influences of a group on the other side. These are things you can look at to decide whether or not the group you might be involved in could be toxic or dangerous for you.
Okay.
And the way it's put with his influence continuum, which is to be used with the byte model of authoritarian control, is on the left, it's the healthy characteristics of a group, and on the right, it's unhealthy. So you might find yourselves kind of somewhere in the middle, maybe to one side or to the other, as you're looking at these different things and deciding for yourself. And the way he has it is like 3 different blocks. And the first one says for individuals. And the second one says for leaders. And the third one says for organizations. And we were involved in an organization. But it's also helpful for individuals because, to be honest, when we leave a high control, high demand group, such as this organization, we do what is called cult hopping. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we find ourselves in other groups that feel very familiar and we're attracted to them. And then we realize one day, oh my God, this is the same kind of stuff.
Okay.
But we also find ourselves in relationships with
Yes.
love interests, okay, that turn out to be abusive. Or, so these are important things. These are just things we're drawn to. So it's important to look at these characteristics.
So, Linda James, I found that under the PDF of Influence Continuum. I actually downloaded that.
Okay.
Do you see it on the actual website or do you see the download?
I'm looking at the download.
Okay, I'm there. For individuals, for leaders, and for organizations. Got it.
Yes. And if you'd like, you can read like the one for individuals. You can maybe share what's on the left side, which is considered constructive and healthy, as opposed to the other side, which is considered destructive and unhealthy. Would you mind reading that?
So it talks about authentic self, excuse me, unconditional love, compassion, conscience, creativity and humor, free will, and critical thinking. I would say essential critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the unhealthy side, which is destructive, false cult identity, conditional love. We'll love bomb you and then tomorrow it's gone. Hate, doctrine, solemnity, fear and guilt, dependency / obedience.
Yes. That's something that an abusive partner or an abusive organization wants you to become, is dependent upon them. They want you to give up all kinds of things that could support you to where you're only able to depend on them. This is dangerous.
So that
And I-
happens with your confessions because they use that as the emotional guilt will expose you.
Yes. Also, too, if we're trained that God speaks through this organization, they speak for God, then we're dependent on this organization because we were convinced that our heart is treacherous, who can trust it. You know, the ways that seem right to man lead to death and destruction. These are Bible scriptures that were told to us as reasons to not trust our own intuition or reasoning skills, to gaslight us, to get us to only trust the organization over ourselves and our decision-making skills. That made us dependent upon them, much like a child would be dependent upon their parents. Okay? Which is an unhealthy thing to have if you're in an intimate relationship or even just a buddy or a friend, where one person has a higher position of authority over the other. That's what that ends up happening. That's what ends up happening with that. And I like on the left side that you get to be your authentic self.
Well, it's not love, isn't it? I mean, if you've got some way of emotionally blackmailing a partner or a group, that isn't love. That's control again, isn't it?
Yes. If you do this, I'm going to call your mom. I'm going to.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. It's I was looking at what's the point of failure? Where did things go wrong? And everywhere where I see where things went wrong, where somebody came to me and said, Matt, by the way, the elders betrayed me or something like this, it's always a betrayal where somebody made themselves vulnerable and thought that they were in a safe place, and it wasn't.
Yes.
That's the same theme. It's the same theme with the doctrine. It's the same theme with abuse situations. They come and somebody's traumatized. They phone up elders. They think they're going to get comfort, and the next thing it's just blown up out of control because it wasn't the safe space. And that's what happened with me. I was with elders where it was a safe space, and for years I thought it was that way.
Yes.
Only to discover, Matt, you have been in Gaga land. It doesn't exist.
What a betrayal.
Yeah, that's the betrayal. That's not love.
Yes.
That's conditional love. Unconditional love, it comes into that, and it's trespassing, it's theft, it brings in the fear because now you're going, who can I go to process? Yeah, oh gosh.
And it's heartbreaking. And when you come to these realizations, let yourself have time to mourn. Let yourself be devastated because it's devastating. Okay? Give yourself a good day or two or 3 or 3 hours. And if you need to cry, let yourself cry. Okay? Even men and women both, when we cry, we release hormones that give us a sense of well-being. And we need that at the time. So you don't have to suck it up and be like, it didn't bother me. It is okay to mourn over these things. And it's part of the healing process, coming to these realizations.
Happy Thought says if you can't have an open discussion, then there's something not right.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I know you know how to do this. You and I have been talking through these groups for a couple of weeks now. and you're very good at having an open discussion, you know? And it's
Yvonne
heartbreaking.
says the same thing. Oh, sorry, Linda James.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, she
Oh.
says it's so nice to be having an open conversation without censorship. I recently got banned from another channel for saying something about, okay, the can you say pandemic here?
I don't know. Yeah, about you know what I do? What I call it is C-19, but still, and YouTube has these restrictions.
Policy. So thesis, antithesis for synthesis. We don't have any conclusion about it, but coming back to what Yvonne says, it's so nice to be having an open conversation without censorship. So we're not pushing one agenda. We don't have the answers. We realize that there's so little we do know.
But it is nice to talk about it, you know, to hear how you view it. You get to hear how I view it. There's people here in the chat, you know, discussing it amongst themselves and, you know, relating to even you and I. And Dallas, you're awesome. What are your thoughts about what we're talking about right now? This
Dallas is back. That's great.
This influence continuum. Do you want to say something about it, or maybe wait till later? What's on your mind? Sometimes Dallas will just be kicking it.
Dallas kind of snuck on there quietly.
Oh, Natasha knows John Campbell too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I'm really glad to hear that that's how this audience is experiencing this as an open conversation. Thank you. That's a really awesome compliment. Debbie Moore said, Linda, do you think that men die younger than women because they often won't cry? Because they think it makes them look weak? They push those feelings down? It could be. It makes me wonder. It does make me wonder.
Do we support the Bible on this channel as having some powerful wisdom?
If it does for you, yes.
In the beginning, there was water, and from the water came matter. So when you've got the water, then that's what matters, Linda. So what is it? Linda, do you think men die younger than women is because they often won't cry because they think it makes them look weak? Look, don't block the plumbing.
Yeah.
If you block the plumbing, things burst.
Yeah. Our body is naturally wanting to release those things. And yes, Yvonne's right. Oxytocin
Yeah,
is
the
released.
cuddle hormone.
and you'll have that from cuddling or even hugging a good friend. These hormones are released. There's also a bit of cortisone, which is the stress hormone, but it's in small amounts.
Okay.
And happy thoughts. People don't always realize that they are grieving and need time to allow that process to happen, whether by meditation, counseling. Personally, I find talking amongst friends to be best therapy. I used to just take a hot bath and just let myself bawl my eyes out. It was, you know, opening up my pores, the heat and everything, and it was just a place that I enjoyed. It got me away from everybody. You know, I wasn't. You know, there's a time and a place, is what I'm saying. Yes, your emotions might get to you on the job, but if you can tell yourself, I'm scheduling myself some time after work or whatever, that's very cool.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you got a phenomenal community here, Linda James.
Yvonne, I did watch that video. Yes. Dr. John Campbell did a recent video about how the spike protein attacks the body. It's worth a watch. That's very true.
Right.
Talking one's friends, it's the best therapy. Yes. And so, on this top one for individuals, I like that on the left side under healthy is compassion.
Oh yeah.
You know, compassion. There's the term empathy has been kind of getting a bad rap. And,
Oh yeah. How come?
There's been some talk about toxic empathy, but I don't really understand the whole concept. But empathy and sympathy are kind of two different things. Empathy is like you understand what somebody else is going through because you've actually gone through it yourself. And you can really empathize with them. Sympathy is you haven't gone through it, but you know that this is a really hard thing for them to go through, and you want to be there for them. You want to support them, and you want them to know that you care about them, you know, and want to support them and to let them know that they matter in your life.
So then I suppose that's linking authentic self and unconditional love to the compassion, which is an authentic empathy. And if it is distant empathy, then it's tele-empathy, which makes us telepathic, I suppose. But yeah,
Sure
look, I think that's interesting. I think it's interesting that you've got authenticity at the top there. Because if it's the toxic empathy, well, then that doesn't come into this category, because as soon as you go through that flow chart, you've made it authentic and you've got unconditional love, which makes it the proper empathy and not the toxic empathy.
I've just heard about toxic empathy, but I haven't looked it up to figure out what it is or if that's even a thing. I have yet to do that.
And you link it to conscience, and we hope that it's a good conscience and not one that's sociopathic or psychopathic.
Isn't it fascinating how conscience directly across it says doctrine, as if you might not be able to use your own conscience and must go by what the doctrine is, even if the doctrine goes against your conscience. That holds, you know?
Well, yeah, because it depends on where you grow up in the world. I mean, you could grow up in North Korea, or you could grow up in a place where there is extremist, fanatical religious control. I think there was in one, I don't want to name the religion, but in one particular religion, they talk about it was with a psychologist. I remember a very well-known psychologist was telling me. He says it is a situation where a family's got a young daughter, and the young daughter looked at a man, and it was counted as flirtatious, and they had to buy the religion. Yeah, I think you know what comes next. They had to kill the daughter. So when it came up as a crime in court, and they said, "How did you feel?" They said, "We felt good and we felt bad. We felt bad because that was our daughter, but we felt good because we had the honor from God, because it was what was required in the religion."
Would that be called an honor killing?
That's correct. It was called an honor killing. So that comes under the doctrine, because that's the power to change to guilt and you see, now that is the power that religion has had. So basically, it's this deep psychology that has occurred through all of these religious practices. That's how powerful it is.
Yes.
And so here's another silver lining. Jehovah's Witnesses has taught us a lot about human society. in all kinds of cultures because it's so pervasive. And I think that's why you started off with this tragic report in today's broadcast, isn't it? Because it's the same kind of thing. How do you get somebody to take out another life? It comes through conditioning. It's this whole soldier programming. You put a soldier into a trench, he can't shoot a human target, even if it's painted. He'll miss every time because we're not built that way. So they've got to condition the soldier to do that. And that is what this psychology or psyops has done, or the religions have done. And that's what's being exposed. That's what's being disclosed right now is, yes, with this destructive, unhealthy doctrines, we're able to program people. The MK Ultra thing, which has been put out in the open, we're seeing, okay, well, it might not be actual MK Ultra that's in JW or any other high control religion, or even a society that's plugged into TV and controlled media, but we see the pattern from MK Ultra that puts a president in jeopardy, or puts a person like somebody who speaks out politically, and the next thing they've lost their life. Who pulled the trigger? Well, it happens through this doctrinal process, which is, okay, we put a label MK Ultra style or the MK Ultra pattern, and we're seeing, well, it's interesting that we hear MK Ultra because it's all over the place. Essentially, it can turn your passive, quiet neighbor into a potential killer, and that's or even ourselves if our belief system is fanatical enough.
Yes, and that it does fall under that extremist, fanatical. And within religions, sometimes it's talked about as though we are God's soldiers, and that this is a spiritual battle between good and evil. You know, so there's that psychology that will happen in the brain. It's between us and them. The ends justifies the means, meaning no matter how you get there, even if you got to run a few stoplights and break some laws along the way, if you manage to get them to get baptized and become a Jehovah's Witness, the ends justifies the means, no matter what it took to get them there. And us and them, us being the good guys, them being the bad guys. Very black and white with no nuance in between. The way to look at things, you know?
Linda James, did we talk about a difference between sympathy and empathy? That one kind of went over my head a little bit. Was there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. Let's say someone has lost a child in death, and there's someone that we both know who also lost a child in death. I have not. The friend that has lost a child in death can empathize with this second person that has. I haven't had a child die in death, so I sympathize because I haven't been through it.
Thanks for that.
That's supposed to be the definition. But compassion is just, to me, it just shows up when you hear of such a thing, you know?
Yes. So Natasha Garfield has a comment there, sharing some trauma. JW's killed my mom with the no blood just months before the fractions. If she wasn't in coma, she would have taken the cells. She was awake from the cult. Well, I think that's the hamburger situation. You are not allowed to take a hamburger, but you may eat the bun, you may eat the lettuce, you may eat the patty, you may have the tomato sauce, and you may take that from the sourced hamburger, but you're not allowed the hamburger.
Right.
But here Natasha is saying, well, with this realization, this is what's happened.
And see, they get people to sign this blood card. The blood card gives the organization, what is it called? It gives them like the liaison committee power of attorney to make decisions for you if you are in conscience. Okay, so you signed it over to them with this blood card to make the organization, which ends up being the liaison team or whoever else, whatever the rules are that have been handed down from higher above, to do these things. And let me just tell you something right now. If you have always had taking blood as something that went against your conscience, and you find yourself in a situation where you are in the hospital and you've been told that you do need a blood transfusion for survival, if you change your mind, all you have to do is verbally say so. Verbally say so. You can tell the nurse to let the doctor know. You can even tell the man that came in and emptied the trash to let the nurse know and let the doctor know. You verbally speak up, and it will make this contract null and void by verbally speaking up if you've changed your mind. If it goes against your conscience, that's another thing. I'm not telling you to take a blood transfusion if it goes against your conscience. Only if your conscience allows you to, you can override that power of attorney that you've handed over to the organization. And there are ways that they set things up to where your family will not know, the liaison committee will not know. This is a thing, okay? Because they've come to understand how this whole thing works. Okay?
I was just enjoying Yvonne's comment there, Linda James. She's addressing Natasha. You've had a real hard time with this organization. I'm sorry about your mum.
Yeah.
And in Happy Thoughts, may I say sorry, Natasha, and I send you a virtual hug. I mean, wow. What an important word. I say sorry. It's just that empathy. There we go.
Debbie says, Natasha, my mom knew about the blood fractions, but she still would not take a fraction, and she died. She said even a fraction was still from blood. That's my mother's mindset too. And in her mind, it's just to play it safe. Since we've, this has been fractions since what, like the early 2000s? Didn't it change around that time? So it's been over 20 years, I believe. I might be wrong on that, but I believe it was the early 2000s. I'm sorry to hear that too.
It's just, man. But anyway, I really enjoy how the community identifies immediately. And so we were talking about silver lining, right? So here's our silver lining. So where we couldn't dignify each other, we actually have a space where we can dignify each other. And this is what's needed.
And ourselves. You know, like, we get to have dignity, how we view ourselves. We get to have self-dignity. Yeah. And humbleness, I think, is very different than how the organization portrays what humbleness is. Yvonne, you said, can you say that again? Because I'm totally confused about the difference between sympathy and empathy.
Yeah,
and I think Watchtower did to that to me.
That's right.
So the way I put it a few minutes ago is, let's say there's three friends here. And let's say they're three mothers, and I'm a mother as well. And one of them have already lost a child through death. And then over time, a second one of us, all three of us, has also lost a child through death. Being that I have not lost a child through death, and the other friend has, the one that has lost a child through death has empathy for this friend of ours that has recently lost a child through death. She has empathy because she's experienced this before. Unfortunately, the death of a child. I have not experienced a death of a child, so I have sympathy for them rather than empathy because I haven't experienced what she's going through right now. Our other friend has. She's been there. She's done that. And she has real empathy for them. That's, I hope that's making sense. I would have sympathy because I haven't been through it. I know it was horrible, but having compassion, I would have compassion and sympathy. You know how a lot of the cards that you could get to give someone are sympathy cards, right? That's usually for somebody that a friend of yours or someone you know that's lost someone through death. I hope that's making sense.
Sounds good, Linda James.
Happy thoughts. We must love ourselves. We must see that we all have self-worth. This is a really foreign thing for someone who newly leaves the organization. And yes, we do have self-worth. We do. Purple says, sympathy is trying to imagine what the other person feels. Empathy is actually feeling it yourself. Okay. And again, that's from what I recall through definition. I could even be wrong. And I'm, I'm not a doctor. I just grew up in this religion, this culture. This was my culture of origin. And I ended up leaving it and then came to realize I could not make sense of what happened to me. And once I learned the tactics and techniques that were used on me, I got to connect the dots and realize that I just kept doing the same thing I was trained to do even after leaving the organization. So it's helped me change my behavior and it's helped me change the way I look at things. KR. Welcome, KR. Sympathy, feeling for someone. Empathy, feeling with someone. Nice. Debbie says, Natasha, does your little sister know the truth about the truth now? Okay. I don't know if I read this. Yvonne, what horrified me is that when I was a JW and my daughter was small, if she needed blood, I wouldn't have consented. I know. That is a scary thought. And I grew up knowing that if we ever got in a car accident, I knew my mother would let me die because she would be being loyal to Jehovah's laws, right? I knew my mother would let me die. And again, like I was saying earlier, when somebody's under the influence of drugs, I think they would do things that they would never normally do. And if you're under the influence of a high-controlled, high-demand group or a destructive cult, they will do things that ordinarily someone would never do. So allow yourself a little bit of grace on that. Okay. Purple says, even when you distance yourself, it is difficult to break out of the rituals and habits you've learned. Absolutely, yes. And Yvonne says, but re-empathy versus sympathy, when someone tells their story and you feel for them because you had a similar experience, so you tell them your story. What is that? Sympathy or empathy? Go ahead and just look up the words, and I think you'll get a clearer. It'll click for you. And Natasha says, Debbie, yes, she knows. She was awakened at the same time as my mom. I had to keep their secrets. She knew that too now. I've recently read that story stuff. This is Yvonne. I recently read that story stuff may have to do with ASD or ADHD. Okay. And happy thoughts. Without going into my life's experience, I have empathy for many people in various situations. Yeah. I have love for everyone here. You know, and I get that from you guys. Thank you. It's really encouraging to me too.
Linda James,
Yes.
I've got an AI definition of sympathy versus empathy. Can I read it?
Yes, please do.
It says sympathy is feeling concern or sorrow for someone else's misfortune, while empathy is the ability to understand and share the emotions of another person as if you were experiencing them yourself. The key difference is that sympathy acknowledges another's feelings from a distance, whereas empathy creates a deeper emotional connection by putting yourself in their shoes.
Mm. By putting yourself in their shoes, you might not have gone through what they're going through, and can have empathy for them, it sounds like. So
Yeah. So it actually it expands. It says sympathy, what it is, a feeling of pity, compassion, or sorrow for someone else's hardship or suffering. How it feels, you feel sorry for someone, often with a desire to offer help or support. And it gives the example of saying, I'm so sorry that that happened to you, after a friend shares bad news. Whereas
yeah.
empathy, what it is it's the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person from their perspective. And how it feels, you connect with their emotions, imagining or actually feeling what they are experiencing. And it gives the example, responding to a friend's bad news by saying, that must have been so hard for you. I can imagine how devastated you must feel. So I think that's the key distinction, isn't it? So you've got connection versus acknowledgement. Empathy builds a deeper emotional connection by sharing the feelings, while sympathy expresses concern from an outside perspective. So I think it's the emphasis on the you. It's your experience. You felt that. And that brings the depth, because the empathy involves, the deeper understanding of somebody's emotional experience, whereas sympathy just focuses on acknowledging their difficult situation. Empathy puts you into it with the feeling connection by action.
Yes.
And therefore it gives the support. Yeah.
And often, we might feel a tug in our, in our gut, or kind of a sinking feeling in our gut while we're empathizing too, so the understanding and, maybe even some bodily feelings might come up too. It just depends on how it affects people.
So you got Debbie Moore talking about being an authentic empath. Can I read that?
Yes.
It says you can feel the trauma, sadness, depression of others, even if you don't know them, but could be passing by them in a store. That's what happened to me several times.
Oh my God, yes, yeah.
And then Natasha Garfield, I think that this group has empathy. Yvonne, but I have a block.
I still have
Interesting.
nightmares about that. Nightmares about
That's
what?
Yvonne. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Without
So
knowing-
Yvonne says, I have a block. So she can identify there is a block.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what you were talking about, crying, men crying, women crying. But what if you can't? I don't know if that's Yvonne, but I have a block. Maybe she can identify, Linda James, you're talking about what's needed, but I
Good night,
can't
bro.
process it.
Yeah, sometimes people, can't cry. But if you set some time aside to be in your thoughts, if crying comes up for you, maybe you can let it happen. And if it doesn't, it doesn't, But I was mentioning some good things that happen after you do cry or because of tears. And then there's a message for you, Matthew, from Yvonne.
Thank you, Yvonne. That Matthew, that's exactly what I thought, but a friend tells me I'm wrong. Oh, yeah. And yes, how they feel is the key. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yvonne. That's encouraging.
It's good to know you were here, bro.
And yeah, sorry about the friend. If the friend sounds like they're placing themselves as some kind of authority, I don't know how they would know you're wrong.
And maybe they can be wrong. And
Yep.
I was explaining it as two very different things. And once Matthew was talking about it, I could see that someone who hasn't gone through the same thing can still be empathetic. Carol Paradise. Yay. I have not seen a JW friend from the past in many, many years. I have been gone for over 40 years. Yeah. Me too. I mean, as far as being gone over 40 years, yeah. And let me just say, when we first leave, give yourself some grace because we do it's not uncommon for us to do socially unacceptable behavior, okay? Because we just ignorant that way, okay?
Ooh, happy thoughts. Those are not true friends. My inclination is I tend to agree. I don't believe that that's a true friend. I think this judgment thing is very stifling.
I know.
You can't.
Go ahead.
Things aren't just black and white. That's why my name's Gray, by the way.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. Things aren't black and white. We don't know right and wrong. I mean, it's so complex. How can you tell? And that comes from this point in Hassan's influence continuum. That's the doctrine story again. Because depending on how you programmed, and how you influenced, that's what's putting the judgment. That's where it's say, oh, you're wrong. You're wrong to believe this. And we as humans, we were talking about autism spectrum. I think that we as humans, hue being all different colors of the spectrum, we should be eclectic. We should be pulling from all the different facets, right? All the different perspectives. That's what makes us a community.
Yes.
And so there's a mixture of, I'm not saying there's no profane. There is the profane. Sure.
Carol Paradise says, I am 82 years old. I was in for 39 or so years. I have almost lost track.
Yeah, no.
I think I'm going to go on.
There's good comments here. Sorry, Linda James. What are you going to go on to?
I'm going to go on to the next one that is still a continuum an influence continuum, but it's under the category of 4 leaders. Okay.
Okay, got it.
And on the left side would be constructive and healthy. At least it's my left. And then on my right is destructive and unhealthy. So I'm going to start on the left side because that's how I usually read, from the left to the right. On the good side, it's psychologically healthy.
Okay.
On the right side, which is the unhealthy side, it's narcissistic, psychopathic. Okay, let me just say something about psychopaths, or maybe it's sociopaths. They actually receive joy from your pain. Okay? Whether they've caused it or somebody else does. Now I'm going back to the left on the healthy side. Knows own limits. So you would know your own limits. And on the destructive side, it says elitist and grandiose. Yes. They have an elitist and grandiose mentality of themselves. Whereas on the healthy side, you actually know your own limits. On the left side, again, the healthy side empowers individuals. This is something that we would want from a leader, that would empower the people that they are leading. And on the destructive side, they're power hungry. On the left side, under healthy, is that they're trustworthy. On the right side, which is the unhealthy side, it's secretive and deceptive. And on the left side, they are accountable. That's the healthy side. And then on the right side, which is unhealthy, claims absolute authority. Okay, does any of this sound familiar, people?
Oh, it does.
This right side, the destructive, unhealthy side, let me read this off again. Narcissistic and sociopathic, elitist and grandiose, power hungry, secretive and deceptive, claims absolute authority. That about wraps, that really sounds like the group I grew up in. Yep.
So, Linda James, we're having this word psychopathic thrown about and then sociopathic. What's the difference?
I'm not sure. Did you already look it up?
I did. You know me. Yeah, you got it.
I'm
So
kind
it
of getting to
says,
know you.
so sociopath and psychopath. So those two words get used interchangeably, right? So psychopath describes someone with a profound innate lack of empathy and remorse, often exhibiting superficial charm, manipulation, and emotional coldness, whereas a sociopath typically develops traits like impulsivity, lack of empathy, and volatile behavior due to environmental factors such as childhood trauma, allowing them a weak understanding of right and wrong. I'm going to add that doctrine can create a sociopath.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It sounds like one might have been born this way and the other one might have been created this way after being born.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And then there was another word that you focused in on recently, and it was pathological. And I want to say something about pathological. Pathological isn't to be confused with psychopath or sociopath. All right. Pathology is a study of disease. So if you've got something that's wrong with somebody, it's disease. Okay, so that's pathology. So that's not to be confused with psychopath. Psychopaths, mental, but you can have pathology that causes a physical or mental disease. So if you're on a drug for a long time, like we were talking about various drugs earlier on, if a person is exposed to a certain quantity or for a certain time period, they could have pathological thinking that takes over. So there's a degradation of the mind, or the mental matrix, or the mental lattice, the way it's supposed to be, and it's broken down. That would be a pathological thinking that's taken over. So that's mental disease. It's something that's unnatural, or that has created a damage that could lead to creating a psychopath or a sociopath. It could lead to that. So like that drug that I mentioned with the antiretrovirals, yeah, a person would lose their inhibitions, for instance. You know, they would start doing things that they wouldn't normally do because the control barriers are no longer there. It's affected the inside of their brain, or the lizard center of their brain. And so those firewalls that would be there, pulling them back because there's an aberration, or a sense of aberration is no longer there because of the influence of the drug, or the pathology that's happened over a long time.
When I went to Al-Anon, which is like there's these 12-step programs that people that want to get clean and sober, those that are family members or those that are affected by this person who is working on healing their addiction. When I was in Al-Anon, what I learned was that when somebody starts taking these intense drugs, they lose brain cells. They literally lose brain cells. So they're not mentally maturing. And when they finally do get off of these drugs, they're kind of still the same age mentally as they were when they started the drugs. So let's say they started at age 14 and they stopped at age 24. So physically you're looking at a 24-year-old, but it's
Yes.
not uncommon for them to act like a 14-year-old. What's really awesome though is brain cells can grow back. So that's a really awesome thing. Now, with us Jehovah's Witnesses, we were kept from socializing, and it was what is called socially arrested, or arrested development, so
Yeah.
that the socializing doesn't get to go further when it could. We were kept from all these different things: holidays, birthdays, classroom events, a lot of opportunities to socialize. We were told not to be involved in, so we became stunted. I believe that that gives us an immaturity where we could have been further along socially, knowing how to function better, knowing the things that are socially acceptable and not acceptable. But because we self-isolated into our own subculture and we learned how things go there, when we try to assimilate into society at large, we don't quite know how things go there. We sometimes do things that are socially unacceptable within society at large, and we usually have to learn the hard way, because let's say we joined a high control group at 14 and left at 24. The person that you people might be upset with you because you look 24, and you should have known this by now. If you were raised in an environment that actually allowed for more socializing so that you would be ready to function in society at large, you would know that by now. But because you are left stunted and literally were not allowed to socially grow, when you leave the organization, it's like you're still 14, if that's making sense. I hope so. And I did see your comment So while brain cells don't actually grow back, this is purple. Once a person is off drugs, the brain will make new synapses, connections, routing around the damaged areas. Okay. That could be true too. So
Yeah, all of that's true. So I see what Purple is saying. That is true. That yeah, because for a long time we said, oh, the brain doesn't produce new brain cells, and there will be other cells that are repurposed. Yes, sure, that does happen, but they did discover that there is like a way that there can be new cells that are birthed, and it's almost like little galaxies of cells, all these little spirals of cells. So they did discover that. So yeah, it depends on the extent of the damage. So all of those things are true. So yes, in some cases, yeah, the cells don't actually grow back, and in other cases, yes, you can. And that depends on the pathology. It depends on the overall health and the materials that are available. Like somebody who's got tremendous brain matter loss, for instance, you think about something like Parkinson's disease, for instance, you can actually eat something like, I don't mean to be gross, but you could eat something like pig brain, and it produces the materials that are needed. And guess what? You can actually replace some of that matter as long as you have got to the root of the pathology. So say, for instance, you've got a parasitic organism that has created that damage. Of course, you would need to remove the parasite before you start replacing the building blocks to rebuild, and you would have to have the facility still in place to create the regenerative process. But if that's pathological or it's been damaged, then you can't do that. Hey, we're getting onto science here. Eh?
I'm like, I don't know how eating pig brains would help the brain up here, but I know you just said a whole bunch of stuff that makes it sound like possible.
So the house has lost bricks. So there's no bricks, there's no mortar. But if you've got a supply of it, then we can put the bricks back and we can rebuild the wall. Through
eating and digesting, it'll end up here. It's a foreign concept to me, but that's fascinating. Okay. So that's how a lot of the slaves got by. So they would have. I don't know if you heard of the turpentine story. So how slaves on the sugar plantations survived, because if they were unhealthy, they would die very, very easily, or if they got weaker. So they had to have a very cheap way of surviving. And so there was your natural or more natural gum spirit of turpentine, which was very cheap and accessible. And they mixed it with sugar and they would down that to kill the parasites. And then of course they would eat the sweetmeats or the pig's brain and all of this kind of stuff, and that would keep them mentally agile, and that would repair brain damage and all this. And then you had some taking a scientific approach and saying, how did these people in these really lousy conditions survive? How did they get through? How did they get the so-called miraculous healing going by? And so through oral tradition and questionnaires and things like that, they started discovering that was how they dealt with things. They dealt with the parasites, and then they produced the building blocks to give them a fighting chance. And so that's how we discovered that. That's fascinating. Yvonne says that, Linda, from last week you said, I think everybody has narcissistic, like something like expression is, we all have narcissistic traits to varying degrees. That doesn't make us narcissists. So it's my belief, I could be right, I could be wrong, but I see it as, I see things like everybody has a bit of narcissist to them. Some of us are pretty low on the scale of narcissism, and some are pretty high on the scale of narcissism. And I see it this way. That's just how I see it. I don't It might not be a fact. Um, that's just kind of how I look at things.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Linda James, I'm not promoting that we get onto gum spirit or turpentine or start eating pig's brain. You know,
Right.
yeah.
That's a fascinating story, though. That's wow, very fascinating. Um, whoa, Natasha. After my double brain aneurysm ruptures, seeing many neurologists, they don't know enough about the brain yet.
True.
The
A lot of
internet.
our science came from Nazi Germany, didn't it? You know, the concentration camps and things like this. People were basically guinea pigs for all kinds of experimentation, and so that black science, we call it black science because of the way they accumulated that information. That's how we have arrived at a lot of our medical breakthroughs today, is because of what occurred during the wars.
And
In
here
fact,
in
the
the
knowledge about
US,
blood transfusions came from the war, isn't it?
I believe that's the purpose of Jehovah's Witnesses being what I call guinea pigs, is so that men in war, when injured, could have access to synthetic blood for the army, for the service, for the government. That's my theory. I can't point to what makes it
Okay,
so.
it's interesting that you say that, because you've got David Sinclair's research. So David Sinclair is the person that is trying to close the gap on. Um, he wants us to get into everlasting life through solving all our medical problems as if it's an engineering issue. Okay, to put it
Interesting.
simply.
Okay.
All
Mhm.
right. So if you think about a person who has got a failing heart, for instance, and you have an organ donor, there's somebody who's died, and there's the harvesting of. Oh, this is getting gross again, isn't it? But say, for instance, now you receive that heart. What's the problem? Is you have a DNA incompatibility. So the person who receives the heart has got to be on um, certain immune system suppressing drugs, right? So now the heart's put in because it's not entirely compatible. But if you now remove the DNA parts of that heart and you're just left with the structure of the heart, so it goes white. Okay, so it's this lattice, this heart that's there, and you repopulate it with the person's own DNA and their cells. Oh, well, then you don't have organ rejection. And this idea of, oh, now we must have another heart transplant 10 years down the line, that falls away. So that whole research is going into that. So
Okay.
yes, a blood transfusion might save a person because of volume, or it might save a person because of oxygenation or something like that. But down the line, where do you have a problem? You have a problem with rejection, because it's like an organ. So that
Yes.
whole science that David Sinclair is looking into with organoids and growing little tiny brains and eyeballs and things like this, it's going into it's going into this basically science pursuing everlasting life, isn't it?
Okay. Now, see, what you're talking about is the body will naturally want to reject a foreign object, which is the heart from another body. They were a donor, so you got a heart. But because it wasn't your original heart, your body will want to reject it. And what that feels like is vomiting. It's morning sickness. That's why we women, when pregnant, have morning sickness, because our body's trying to
That's
reject a
right.
foreign object that's growing, and it doesn't get used to it until about 3 months. That's the norm. Some pregnancies are different. Some like never ever feel any morning sickness, and they feel absolutely great. better than when they weren't pregnant, and some are just sick the whole time. It just depends. But that's the reason morning sickness happens. It's your body trying to adapt to a foreign object, which is the fetus. Yeah.
Yeah. So the whole technology with when you say this guinea pigs thing, so the ghost organs was done by stripping all cells from a donor organ. So it leaves a cellular scaffold, okay, or a matrix. It's a scaffold like you have around a building. So it's still the shape of a heart. It actually goes white in color, so it loses its red color because it's removed all of those cells that are unique to the individual who's donated it. And then the idea of CRISPR. I don't know if you've heard of CRISPR. Well, stem cells. So
Okay.
your stem cells, which might be still in your navel, or you've got a few stem cells in your eyeball still. So to have those stem cells now, if you can control it so it doesn't become cancerous, you can populate that scaffold or that ghost organ with the person who's going to receive that heart, so that they don't reject it.
With their
So
own DNA.
yeah, that's right. So you inject the patient's own stem cells into them. It forms a new personalized functioning organ for the transplant. And the technology is pioneered, for anybody who wants to know, by someone like Doris Taylor, DORISTAYLOR, and the other person is pursuing the life extension is David Sinclair.
And we are at the 3 hours and 28 minutes. I'm telling you this because in case you come back to this show and want to come to this portion of the show to hear Matthew say this again, you want to go to the 3 hours and 28 minute section, and you'll be able to zone in there to get that info from him.
I can't believe 3 hours has gone by.
I'm looking up going, I'm surprised. But to me, it's flowing, and that's what I do. I just flow if it's, if it's flowing.
Linda James, do you feel that we're getting things accomplished when you say we're flowing? Because the bike model is basically to stimulate the conversation in the right way, isn't it?
Yes, but what's good about the bite model and this continuum, influence continuum, it's helping us to see the techniques and tactics, and then we're naturally flowing with other things that it reminds us of. So I'm cool with that.
So that's our growing. That's the growth that we were denied.
Yeah, just having the time to kick it and like, oh, that reminds me of this, that, and the other. Just having casual conversation. We don't have to get ready for the meeting. We actually get to have a thought and finish it, and even talk a bit more. It's yeah. As Yvonne says, great connection, Linda, and some of the baby cells get permanently into the mother. Fascinating. And you know what I was thinking when Matthew was talking about, yes, we have a donor heart, but there's DNA from the previous person that had it. So it makes me wonder if, because the fetus has different DNA than the mother, maybe that DNA portion is contributing to the body wanting to reject it because of the different DNA. I don't know. I'm just talking, like, it makes me think that. Do I know that that's the case? I don't. It makes me wonder. It's one of those things. And that's fascinating. I never heard of the baby cells get permanently into the mother. Never heard of that. That's fascinating. And KR was saying something. Animal organ meats have a lot of nutrients, but liver, yuck. I think chicken beef bone broth has many nutrients also. Purple says, to be clear, I didn't kill any animals, but I ate produce that the good parts were similar to the rotten parts. Okay. Welcome, Water. Good to have you here. Yeah, see, it's just, yeah, people are talking in the chat, we're talking here. And I'm thinking we can go to this last one for organizations. Oh, it says
Okay.
for organizations and relationships. The reason I'm saying ooh is because it's not uncommon for us to cult hop, that's the term used, to find ourselves in one abusive relationship after another, and rejoin these groups that are cults again and again and again. Why? Because that's what we're used to. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It doesn't mean you're a fool. It means it was what you're familiar with, and you were naturally drawn to it. Yeah. Yeah. Could you read what's in that third one, which is for organizations and relationships?
So I've got a definition of this first word,
Thank you.
egalitarianism. Right. So egalitarianism is the idea or the doctrine that all people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. So we're not talking about whether that's correct or not. We're not talking about abilities or not. We're just saying egalitarianism is, by definition, the doctrine that all people are equal and deserve equal rights. Okay.
Thank you.
Don't know if that one was clear. All right. So underneath that, we've got checks and balances. Linda James, would you want me to go to the destructive side? So egalitarianism.
That's up to you. However you want to do it.
Okay, so let me use your method there. So the comparison constructively, egalitarianism, okay, which is the idea or the doctrine that all people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. And on the destructive side, you've got elitism.
Mm,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Some people are more equal than others, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, so the elitism. So let's look at this definition. I'm looking it up here. Punching it in.
Okay.
Elitism, the belief that a society or system should be led by an elite, the dominance of a society or system by an elite, the superior attitude or behavior associated with an elite. So, what if you have persons who are without an education? Can you make them equal? Well, you can make them equal through education, but what if they lack the ability to receive the education? So should they be put into power positions? See, for the good of the tribe. So that, look, that starts becoming very complicated. That gets into philosophy now.
Right, right.
But anyway, so we're just looking at Hassan's.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we've got to start somewhere.
Exactly.
So I realize it's complex. So we recognize the complexity, but egalitarianism versus elitism. So elitism, I think we realize, is a handful. And in our experience, the elite haven't had our best interests at heart. And I think that's the part that's maybe missing here. You could have a good elite, but what if you've got a lousy elite? Okay.
Yes.
So this is the checks and balances that's in the constructive side. And on the destructive side, the authoritarian structure. So you have no checks and balances. Your elder commits a crime. He's the coordinator, or he encourages the congregation to commit a crime. And then Matt Gray sticks up his hand and he says, hang on.
Exactly.
I'm an elder, and we can't do that. And poof, he
That's
suddenly
right.
gets a rude awakening that actually, no, we said that you, as an elder, should raise your hand, but actually you shouldn't.
Right? It's that kind of stuff.
And
I'm sorry
this
to
goes.
laugh. I've
look,
experienced it so many times. It's like, wait a minute. It makes your brain explode.
Matt knows the directors that are controlling the assets in Ireland, by the way.
Okay.
And what did they tell Matt? They said, Matt, when the elders have got that situation where they've got old information and they're telling the congregation to break the law, you must stand your ground. That was what I was told under consultancy by the
Interesting.
directors in Ireland. But it shows you that there's a divide in the organization, because if they're saying that and they're committed and that's exposed, then they're knowing we've created another liability, we're buggered again. And so we've got to suppress this information that our own directors who are controlling the assets said that. But we know that that's happening because they're our consultants. Yeah. So that
And
that's the authority.
Are you unfairly being positioned to be responsible for what these men are believing? Like, is that unfair?
Well, if they've given you that under consultation and they're set up as the authority and you've acted on that, then you've shown yourself submissive to the authority system, but it's deceptive and it's manipulative, and we get into these other ones. The end justifies the means, preserves own power, because it's an artificial authority structure. It hasn't got the egalitarianism. It hasn't got the proper checks and balances that's on the constructive, healthy side, which allows us to flourish and grow spiritually and grow mentally and grow as a society.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Did you at one time say that Crises of Conscience by Raymond Franz was something you haven't read yet?
I destroyed it. It was in our library. We had a phenomenal library that was built when the One Bethel was moving to new facilities. So we had access to a lot of the old literature that was going. I've even got first watchtowers from the ones from 1879. Okay.
Wow.
I've got them here. Yeah. So in the so Crisis of Conscience, does the branch have it? Well, it's in the locked cupboard, right?
Yeah.
In deep research, you know that.
Yes.
So
the apostate cupboard. The apostate cupboard. Yeah.
Where did I learn some of the biggest apostate stuff? Wasn't here. It was from the branch. I learned about the Illuminati. I learned about Fritz Springmeier. I learned all the taboo stuff. I learned about MK Ultra. I learned about Enochian, all from the branch, all from branch committee. And yeah, that's where I learned it all. All the big occult stuff, that's where I learned it from. But so, you see, it's hey?
If you ever are inclined to want to read it or listen to it, let me know and I can make that available for you. I just wanted to put that out there.
Sorry, let me give you the answer. I read it a long time ago. And I took it. Sorry, I didn't answer you, but it was in our library, and our home became the missionary home. And so Circuit Overseer says, "What's this book doing here?" And so my family was like, "What's the problem?" You know, I took it out. I had been exposed to all of this stuff, so it wasn't like Raymond Franz. It was like none of that stuff was top secret. And I even, when I was in the branch, I was very open about it. I said, I have been exposed to Raymond Franz. And Franz Muller, the branch coordinator, he's very old now, and they finally retired him. He was going, I was in the States with Raymond Franz when there were the Bible studies after the Watchtower on Monday and all. So it all came out, and all that information, and so among the Bethel family, that was discussed. Answer is yes. Yes, I have been exposed to it. I took him as, in my mindset at that time, I took him as a bitter old man.
Okay, yeah. That makes
But
sense.
as time progressed, I realized that because you can't unlearn it once you've looked at that information, and especially if in the deep research and among your top tiers they are knowing that information anyway, you're seeing, oh, there's a match. This is exactly how this works.
Yes.
And when governing body get on and they say, oh, this is how we make decisions, they're basically spinning that because they know that that information is all out in the open anyway. They're trying to go, oh, no, it's not like that. And going, but you know it's like that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying this on the morning worship program. So it's just...
And then Raymond Fran had a second book, something about Christian freedom. And that wasn't so much a book that was wanting to recruit people to Christianity, but what his experience was like in his journey. And it goes into a lot of detail still about how the organization functions and his journey along with his wife.
Yeah. So with him, what was interesting is it got to Time magazine.
Yes.
Because the only way they gonged him out was when they changed the rules without his knowledge. And it was this new disassociation story that happened around 1980, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Yeah. So I remember Franz Muller, the coordinator, talking to the Bethel family about that.
Okay.
With full knowledge, because there was no way he could have given us that lecture about Raymond Franz if he didn't have all of that information. And I know that that was in the deep research section for the writing guys and all this, because if you were on writing department, okay, I was involved as a consultant on writing. So even some of the latest Watchtowers has got some of my work in it.
Okay.
But you're not supposed to talk about it because it all comes from Jehovah, you see.
That's right.
But when you are involved in that, I'm going to say it's akin to being in North Korea, because the whole time it's little questions to verify who you are, and are you still on board, and you still believe in 607, and you still support this, and even though that was our own professor and we disfellowshipped him, what do you think about it? It's the whole time it's little I've got emails with all these little tests the whole time, and I'm just going, eventually I say to writing department, I go, can we please quit with this, because it's just you know what my answers are going to be, but it's irritating. It's just so irritating that all the time there's all these little tests. And it happened with me on that booklet, the Watchtower story, which I had stamped by the Commissioner of Oaths, which exposes the militant Watchtower organization running in Africa. And I had to go through the grill by a research department, or the overseer of research department. Who's Matt Gray again? He's the guy helping you with the latest Watchtower that's coming out. I still had to go through the process. Oh, and you are recorded. So when you are talking, and you hear the music, Kingdom Melodies or whatever, Follow the Warrior King or whatever, they've switched over to recording you. And then you're assigned a code so that they can go back and they can say, oh, this is how the consultation went.
Wow.
Yeah. You do know that, eh?
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
So when you were talking about Raymond, and that the rules changed, from what I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, he was working for McGregor. This person named McGregor, who had already left the organization.
Yes.
And the way this person left the organization was he disassociated himself. Now, at the time, after Raymond Franz and his wife left the organization, he ended up working for McGregor and I believe working and renting a trailer or lived there
That's
on his
right.
property. But at that time, if somebody was disassociated, the rules were you could still talk to them. Okay?
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with talking to somebody who was disassociated.
Mm-hmm.
Some other JWs showed up and they're like, oh, come sit with us. And then whether they did or not, I think they did. So those people went and told on them that, and then they questioned a whole bunch of people and this, that, and the other. By the time Raymond gets questioned, they're accusing him of working for it and associating with somebody who's disassociated and that this is not okay. Now, this was a brand new switch or rule within the organization at that time. But if you looked at the date of when he was having lunch with McGregor and inviting these JWs to come join them, it was before the rule came into being. So he wasn't breaking the rule yet. The rule hadn't changed yet. But that's what he got accused of anyways, and was let go from Bethel.
That's right.
Or, they let him go from Bethel. So that's, from there he joined a congregation that was local, applied to be an elder. Headquarters said no. It's just...
So, Linda James, how come we know about Raymond Franz as a branch in South Africa? Why do we know about it? Why does Franz Muller bring it up? I'll tell you why. Because how many skilled laborers do we have amongst the pioneers? Well, it starts diminishing because we told them forget higher education. So how do you build your latest media center? How do you build your latest shipping warehouse and all of this kind of stuff? So we had to hire apostates and disfellowship persons.
Why?
Right, because they had the skills. Because we booted them out, and they had to go and get the skills. So when we wanted to build on the property, on the forms, saying, okay, who's working for us? We're saying, oh, but that's business. Well, you can associate with a disfellowship person or an apostate if it's business, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's how we had all the disfellowship persons and the so-called apostates working for South Africa branch, building the shipping warehouse. Yeah, we knew about that. So that's how the Raymond Franz thing came up. He said, no, this is business. They are on this property because it's business. They're building this. No, it's milk of nations. This is like Jehovah using Nebuchadnezzar. You see, you just, it's all spin. It's just making whatever suits. Yeah, and then if it is somebody now, oh, no, that's not business. You're now making it business.
You can't sit down and have ice cream with them.
There is no way. So if the rule is like this today, later on this afternoon it changes. It just depends. So if you're thinking, oh, let's get clever and let's find out what's the rule, what's the latest, let's look at the latest SLF book, and it doesn't matter. They'll just change it.
Yes. And that too is strategic, which means you don't have a good sense of footage to stand in a place of security to know how things really go.
Yeah.
Because again, it could change this afternoon.
So does that mean that our recording all the libraries and keeping all the old publications is for nothing? No. It is for something because it shows the pattern of how this whole thing has just shifted and flip-flopped and changed to suit whatever agenda it is on a particular day. And that was, again, what I raised. I said, You know, you've got congregants wanting to do the right thing, like Raymond, okay? They do the right thing today, but then they're labeled apostate immediately for doing the right thing because it showed up the leadership as not following that right thing. And now because there is an embarrassment, now you've got to change it to make that person the problem. So I go, that's not ethical. That's absolutely unethical.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So guess what, Matt?
Yep.
You get the electric chair, Matt.
Right? You get punished because you saw the contradiction. And for me, when I was growing up, this was my contradiction. And I remember being like 12 years old, asking my mother, okay, so from the time that the apostles died out until Russell started this organization, what was the organization that God was using in between those two times? And my mother said, well, there was a great apostasy. I'm like, okay, but who was the organization that God was using at that time? Because I was told God has always had an organization. So in my mind, if there's a great apostasy or there's a flood or there's anything, he's always had an organization. Which one was it from the time of the apostles dying out and the starting of this organization under Russell? And there wasn't one. So that means that there wasn't always an organization God was using. Like, you see, it fizzles my brain out. It really does.
Well, if it fizzles your brain out, you can imagine why your persons in writing department ended up with, and I don't rejoice over it. I'm not happy about it, but they end up on brain medication and they end up with Alzheimer's and a mixture of Parkinson's and degenerative mental disorders, and they're still expected to knock out a watchtower. I also believe that contributed to the decline.
Sure.
Because, yeah, I'll reference the writing department. I got sent photographs of the renovation at the Bethel. So you can see the purchasing department is this entire floor. Massive, huge, goes into the next floor. Writing, one person.
Is in the writing department?
One person. I know who it is. I can't mention the name. But
sure.
One person.
Oh my.
And then, of course, the rest is AI and regenerating and cycling the stuff over. And it's one person.
And things do get recycled. I can recall noticing that when I was a kid, that this article sounds a whole lot like that one 3 years ago.
Yeah, the AI can reconcile the double binds and the conflicts and the catch-22s. So if you've got AI governing body and you say to it, oh, tell me, how do we rationalize this? Oh, it just recycles all of our answers and puts you into a loop. And you're going, but hang on, AI, you've also got an ethical program. It goes, yeah, but you've told me to be the governing body. Yeah, I know that ethics, but you've asked me to answer in that way. And so I'm in that mode. So you've got AIs that are top tier, that can just produce that information. You don't know. You don't know that it's a robot. You absolutely have no. It even makes mistakes just like the humans do, because it's modeled after whatever you've put into it.
Absolutely.
It's incredible stuff, but that's how we're generating the stuff now.
And how long ago did that start, using the AI? Do you recall?
I can't tell you, but I remember doing a report on it. I'll have to look at my mail or whatever. But it was about the time when ChatGPT was coming up
for everybody.
Yeah. But
Okay.
I saw there was a system that was based on Linux or Unix that was tracking everybody with a cell phone on organization property. So you were leaving little trails behind. So I took a look on the system and I saw it once and I said, it's creating roads wherever people walk. And I said, system is incredibly sophisticated. Do people know that as they come onto the property, their phones are leaving these trails, which are going into this computer system here that's mapping everybody's movements. So it was like if you go to the toilet for so long, they can see you sitting in the toilet. This was coming up in the maintenance talks and things like this. Oh, we've noticed that people are in the bathroom for this amount of time. I'm going, this should never. This should never. Where is it coming from? It's coming from this. I would say when you say we're experimented on, I believe that I've identified it from when I worked in computers for government and all of this, that a lot of the programs that are used for surveillance and stuff like that have actually been developed, or either we've developed it or Jehovah's Witnesses have adopted it for their own use of monitoring personnel, because it's incredible. They would either strap on a tracking system onto the arm or use the cell phone to record all of that kind of stuff. And you're going, people have not, when I talk like this, I even listen to myself and I know I sound like a lunatic unless you have seen this stuff for yourself.
Our cell phones on the map, Google Maps, you can look at it and it will show you where you were at on what day. That's what everybody's cell phone does, or smartphone does. And a matter of fact, I had someone staying here and I let them borrow my other cell phone. And that person was telling me they're doing this and doing that. I believed them. And then one day, and I wasn't going anywhere, and then one day I was on the map and all this activity I had been doing was not me doing it. It was them doing it. And they were at all these different places that they didn't say they were going to. And it just looks like a map, like a line to one location, one street, and a line to another street. It didn't tell me what exactly the place was called. I could have zoomed in to see, but it didn't. I don't know if it did tell me how much time they were there. But then I called them on it, and they denied it. So I had already taken screenshots and sent them a video of the screenshots and said, "This is telling me you did this."
Yeah.
That was a moment, I'll tell you what.
Tell me, Linda James, if you had your stuff hacked into.
I don't know.
So yeah, yeah. Okay. So I had taken photographs of accidents at the branch because I was a safety officer, right?
Yes.
So I put it onto my cell phone, but they can just open it. It's so undetected. They can get into your cell phone, take it, delete it, gone. You have no idea how that was done. But if you're using any kind of system, there's like 1,000 ways it can be done. And I realized with this precise surgery that just disappeared and was erased. I'm going, I cannot compete against this. I just don't have the tech to be able to compete. Cannot do it.
Wow.
So anyway.
Wow.
Oh, you on my Instagram now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And thank you for following me back.
Thanks for getting on there. But anyway, I had to make a record of whoever went on to that, because there was stuff being siphoned off of it, but it was being used for a nefarious purpose. Anything I had was weaponized. It just got weaponized.
That is so
But
amazing.
you'll see on that Instagram the various watchtowers. There's all
Okay.
sorts of watchtowers that are on there. Like in Midrand, you've got the JW Assembly Hall, but right next to it, you've got the Scientologists, and it's all with the watchtower, same building. And you're going, well, what's the difference? Well, that one's Scientology, and this one's JW.
They're
how
basically
come-
cousins. They're basically our cousins, okay?
Yeah.
Except they don't
So-
have a Jesus.
So where I was working in Zimbabwe, that's where L. Ron Hubbard was in Rhodesia before he was told, off you go.
Okay.
So all the places in my ministry I was assigned to by the branch was where L. Ron Hubbard went. So all the mystical places, all the things where he was getting his knowledge from, those were the places which I went to unknowingly, and later on I was able to make the connections, and with the various psychologists they filled in the gaps and were able to tell me, oh, this information, that's where you were, yeah, this is why, this is how that happened, that's how he developed Dianetics. And
Okay.
phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Got it. This, yeah, what
Miscavige.
the amount of information we've got now
Yeah, it's
through
pretty.
the internet is incredible if you know where to look.
Yeah, I don't know where to look. Maybe someday I will. So to finish up this last one, can you continue where we left off? I think it was the third
Whose
one
turn
down.
is it? Is it encourages growth? That is the constructive, healthy means create the end, and encourages growth, free to leave. And then on the destructive side, you've got the ends justify the means. So you've got a reversal. It preserves its own power as opposed to encouraging growth. And then when it says free to leave, no legitimate reasons to leave. So even if we tell you you're not an elder anymore, you're not a Jehovah's Witness, you actually are. And we did so and so tell you you're removed. No, that he doesn't represent us when it suits us now. So you actually can't leave. You're always in.
or if we come up with our reasons, it's going to be considered, even if we have our own legitimate reasons that make sense to us, works with our conscience. In their eyes, it's not legitimate to them.
Yeah, so I think this is our own sovereignty, isn't it? This is what we have to get together. We have to get, I don't know, Socrates, natural law, and this idea of personal sovereignty and all of this, so that it's an ongoing pursuit of knowing what that freedom is, because you're always having to work on it, because there's always these ties to try and pull you back in all sorts of unexpected ways. You sort of think, oh, well, maybe if I write this letter and say I'm out, I'm truly out. No.
You are out. You are out.
Yeah, but you've got to always work on it, because
they're going to tell you that you're still attached or obligated,
or dig up some fiduciary thing or some connection. Oh. So yeah,
what if they're doing that to still keep track of you and or keep an eye on you?
Yeah, well, that's it. So that's the destructive, unhealthy side again that Hassan has brilliantly put together here. That's able to help us see the patterns, so that we can have these discussions like this and go, okay, well, this is how we free ourselves from it. And I think it's a work in progress.
To recognize what's unhealthy, whereas the stuff on the right, which is under destructive and unhealthy, these are things we're really familiar with. Just during my healing journey, finding out stuff I was used to was in fact abusive was mind-blowing. That's part of the healing journey that we're on. And to be honest, your healing journey would be very different than mine. And what I believe our healing journey is developing our own authentic self, as opposed to putting on the new personality, which means we cannot be our own personality, to be approved of by God or the organization or our parents or whoever else. But in the healing process, we get to develop who we authentically are by actually pursuing our self-interests, the ones that they kept telling us not to go towards, and to wait until the new system to do, because we needed to put kingdom interests first. I believe that was a way of keeping us socially stunted or developmentally stunted. If we're attracted to drawing, get yourself some paper and pencils, and maybe some colored pencils too. If you're attracted to computers, spend some time on the computer. It's your own self-interest. I truly believe that the things that we're drawn to is going to help us develop who we authentically are.
Well, let's follow your highest joy, because your highest joy by nature has to have all of these constructive, healthy elements. We were talking about empathy and a toxic empathy. But I want to believe that when we say empathy, it's actually the constructive one, without, okay,
Yes.
and you have to specify it's the toxic empathy. So empathy on its own is the constructive side.
I think so.
isn't it?
I think so, yes.
So all of these constructive things, egalitarianism, checks, balances, informed consent, individual diversity, means to the end, encourages growth, free to leave.
Free to leave.
That's the true spirit. That's the true spirituality, right?
And it's your human right under Article 18. Under religious freedom, you have the freedom to leave. You have the freedom to change your thoughts and beliefs. This is your human right, universally. Not just in the US or in Africa. We both have this human right. The org goes to court on a regular basis, demanding that their human rights be honored.
Right.
Do we not deserve for our human rights to be honored?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, and I look at that and I see that as the potential downfall, because if they're saying, oh, we have the right to practice pure worship, but you can prove that they themselves within that structure actually shut down somebody who is legitimately following all the doctrine, then it's shown up to be hypocritical, and it's shown up to be not what it purports to be. Then it shows with a psychologist who's trained in criminology that there's an irregularity that should be investigated. And I think that's what is actually creating the downfall. I think that's what is actually happening. I think that's being exposed more and more. I was going to sort of say, oh, it needs to be exposed. I think it is exposed.
And can you help me out with the definition of pure worship? Is that the term you use? Pure worship?
Okay, so pure worship, right? So now this is going to be Matt Gray's own point of view. Okay.
Because I believe it's a form of loaded language.
So our whole English language has been loaded. So worship is worship, isn't it? So you start seeing even something like pure worship that's been hijacked. That's the
word I meant pure worship.
So if you're talking to Matt Gray, I would be saying spiritual development or spiritual evolution. I might even use those kind of words. Okay. Because I'm going, no, worship, not keen on that, because I've seen so much abuse with that. Mm-hmm. I'm going, pure worship, what, by their definition? or
Right.
or I'm going to now go to the people that I was talking to in ministry, and they were saying, "Oh, I don't need religion. I pursue spiritual growth." Oh, what do you say to that? Well, that's a conversation stopper right there. Because if you're talking about spiritual development or spiritual ascension, there's all kinds of things that are going on. What about synchronicities? Or what about saying, oh, I through my empathy, I'm able to now share thoughts, and we can synchronize our thoughts, and what is it, telepathy now suddenly starts coming into view. Isn't this the spiritual ascension that we should be having for this supreme society? I mean, they are.
I don't know.
Yeah, through guys like Socrates and Plato. What's it? Plato's The Cave, right? The shadows in the cave, and emerging from all of that. And there are incredible visions of superior society that is mind-blowing, and it's essentially, it's all, for want of a better description, it's a telepathic society where there's no secrets. We all see everybody's thoughts. It's complete transparency.
Oh,
And you're
wow.
going, I don't know if I could live with it. And you're going,
I
I wonder if you could live without it.
just the thought of it has my brain on overload already. But actually, what I'm curious about is what the organization's definition of pure worship would, what their definition of pure worship is after you get done with the point you're going to make now.
Okay, so their pure worship is false cult identity, conditional love, hate doctrine, solemnity, fear, guilt, dependency.
Okay, because they used us going out in service used to be called our spiritual act of worship.
Yeah,
not like raising our hands and praising God in song. No, going door to door was our spiritual act of
psychopathic,
worship.
elitist, grandiose, power hungry, secretive, deceptive, elitism. All of those. That's Linda James. How I don't know how to answer it other than to say that is what it is by their definition. That's
Okay.
what's happened. Look, in order to not put down the firewall that happens, I go, it's wheat versus weeds. So you've got an authentic person endeavoring to do the right thing, and then you've got the weeds that is all of these narcissistic, psychopathic, lousy, destructive, unhealthy things that is on the right. Well, I don't want to say it's right, but it's on Hassan's right side here, which is unfortunately what's been hijacked.
Yes.
So pure worship, I would like to say, in the positive way, pure worship would be everything that's constructive. But I have to even throw out the word worship because I know that's been hijacked. So I would say it's the proper spiritual ascension is this constructive, healthy side that's on the left.
So we get to come up with our own definition of what pure worship is, because pure worship, according to the organization, is something usually very different.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but I have to say, when answering a question like that, I have to say, in my opinion, and my opinion is subject to change, and my opinion is subject to, what's this favorite thing? Thesis, antithesis with synthesis, with essential critical examination and healthy skepticism.
What does that all mean?
It means that I say that this is true. Somebody comes along and says, well, I'll give you this side of the coin that tells us that it's untrue. So let's consider both of them. And when we consider both of them, now we put them together, and now we can see the limitations, and that becomes synthesis. So in a scientific method, not scientism, because that's a religion on its own, but in proper scientific methodology, if you, Linda James, is saying, oh, I'm heading for my doctorate degree, then you are to do a dissertation to what? Further humanity, because you've got something that you're researching. So when you research that, what you have to do is you cannot say that you've got absolute truth. What is required in that scientific method is you must disprove all of the things that you are putting on the table as your research. You have to actively disprove it, and don't find ways out to support what you've put there. You must totally flatten this thing, because we've got to see the limitations of what it is. And that is where we get this thing called sigma, which shows us where there is a weakness in our technology or in our discovery or in our thesis. And that, when humanity gets ready, that is the place that it will examine in order to grow to the next level. So if you've got something like Einstein's, relativity and his equations to produce the atomic bomb or whatever, you have to go into his spooky science, or you have to go into the limitations of where Einstein says, oh, I don't have the answers on this. And now you come back to his equation, E equals mc squared, and you dismantle it based on the errors and where there was disproving, or the sigma. And now that equation evolves to the next equation, whatever that is in the future.
Okay.
Currently, it might be this, but I'm going to say, no, we haven't looked at these dimensions or whatever they found in the CERN laboratories or whatever. And that's going to move us to the next level. But the proper scientific method is to do that. But in science, you've got scientism. So if they don't like, if the authorities don't like how somebody like Einstein, who hasn't paid their dues and hasn't furthered their agenda or secured tenure, you're going to get shut down. Because again, it's an authoritative authority. It's an authority structure. It's like religious in nature.
Hierarchy.
But you've got, within that community, you've got people who are even saying, but we're not supporting the truth, and we're going to cut the planet in half if we're not careful. So we have to expose all of these things for the future of our children and for the future of our civilization. Right. And so they come through and they say, no, let's talk about the sigma. Let's talk about where it's all been suppressed. Let's go into that, because that is the only way we're going to move forward, is if that is disclosed.
Exactly.
So that's why I say thesis. So you present, this is my paper, this is what I'm saying is true. Antithesis, this is why I'm saying it's false.
Okay.
And then it creates this sigma or this limitation, and that's but you must never ignore it. You must always keep that in mind, that you say, yeah, we've been able to develop cell phones and we've been able to develop it, but there's some things we just don't know.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense. And within our lifespan or development too, we might change our mind on certain beliefs or anything, that's part of growth too. Or we might go back to what we once thought. Whatever, that's just part of our growing, part of our healing.
You asked me about AI, or about the AI war. So like protein sequencing, if you had a PhD, they would have to work on 5 years for protein work to do one protein. But when AI came along, they forwarded human PhD years by 8,000 years. So we decoded 8,000. Yeah. But the problem is you don't have humans alive that can take that data and use it. You need a quantum computer to take the results of what that AI has done in order to, because there's no humans, we don't have enough PhDs on the planet to process that information. Okay. So they're going, the only way we can do it is to produce a bigger computer, send so many trillions to build this thing so that you can now look into this thing to produce the next generation of technology from that. It's now gone beyond human thinking, because we just don't have the human years to put into it. That's where we are. And if we don't get it right, then another AI is going to come up and it's going to have AI supremacy. So now you've got this AI war to try and balance what's going on. 8,000 years was done a year ago in all of these proteins. You're going, people haven't grasped what's happened already.
Right. This is very true.
We've crossed the threshold.
Oh, my daughter's here. Maui Happy Girl. Sounds like a movie. Yes, Maui Happy Girl. Matthew, this is my oldest child. Maui Happy Girl. She lives on Maui.
Hello.
And Sarah, this is Matthew. And hello, Grow.
Hello, Sarah. Now I see that I've managed to confuse quite a bit of the audience, Linda Jones, so my apologies about that. There is quite a bit. I'll normally go back and try and clarify a few things for anybody who's interested, but I think the YouTube AI has been pretty good at making the transcript.
Okay.
I don't know how you've been finding the notes in the past broadcasts. I don't know if you've been finding them useful or if the audience has been finding them useful, but we try and timestamp things.
I like that. Yes, actually, I like that. A lot, actually. Thank you.
My apologies to you, Juan. Sorry about that. It is a hell of a lot.
This has been a fascinating conversation. Matter of fact, speaking of my daughter Sarah, I called my son-in-law, her husband, yesterday because it was his birthday, and that was a fun conversation. And he's a good guy. I like him, her husband. I'm thinking we're gonna round this up about now. I like that we went over this influence continuum, and it's to be used with the BITE model. And then we'll go back to the BITE model next week if you'd like to join me. I'd like that. And then as we're learning about the techniques of thought control, or starting with the B of behavior control and information control and thought control and emotional control, we can also use this list when we are entertaining the thought of maybe trying another church, or you find yourself in a group like you were in, where were you at, in Oklahoma or someplace, with this group of people with guns? What was that? Remember you were telling us about that, Matthew?
Yeah. Oh, that was Colorado.
Colorado,
but,
yeah.
But it was also South Africa too.
Okay. So when you get involved in a group and you find yourself attracted to them because they're talking about being for some of the same causes that you are as well, it's hopefully this influence continuum can help you recognize dangerous characteristics that you can actually consider as being red flags. So yeah, and it doesn't mean one's all. You can look at it like it's somewhere in between, or maybe it's leaning more to this side or this side. You kind of get to decide where it is on this spectrum. Okay. And let's see here.
Well, it's great that Sarah's been able to join us here, and I wanted to just say, if I could, a word of appreciation and gratitude to the audience and the community that you've got here, and also towards yourself, Linda James. You've facilitated this. You've produced a really great channel here, and it's a healing place, and it feels like a safe place. And I want to just say thank you very, very much, and thanks for all the comments that have come in that have made this so fluid and so dynamic. It's been great.
You're welcome, and thank you for what you've been adding. I'm enjoying it, and thank you for showing up at other places that you have been. And I like your content that you're doing. It kind of just sounds like you're just working through your thoughts and coming up with your conclusions. And
I don't know what to do.
I think it's kind of good that you're documenting this, because later on you'll be able to look back and go, wow, because you will be at a different place, you know. And I like that this is being documented. I think it's very important, you know.
Well, thank you very much, Linda James. I don't know what to do with my channel, quite frankly. I'm stuck. I don't know. But I know that what you're doing, and I see what other channels are doing, is very, very constructive. I find it very encouraging. And like I say, and I'll repeat it, I think what we've done today is very, very healing. I think it's very, very constructive. And I see the future being done right now. So thank you all.
That's awesome.
Signing off.
I saw you do a video with some paintings behind you of these beautiful women.
Okay.
Who did these paintings?
Those are my paintings. That is a pioneer sister, or based on. It's not exactly her, but she modeled and worked in sign language community, worked as a commuter, and had tremendously unjust things happen, and was basically set up by overseers, that it was done in a terrible, hypocritical way. And she called me and said, Matt, this is what's happening. And I wanted to intervene. And she says, don't intervene, otherwise it's going to be a total disaster. Just allow me to go through this process, allow them to do whatever they want to do. They disfellowshipped her. She came back again. She found her way back again, but she had to do it through her process, and I had to follow through on my promise. But anyway, yeah. I had done these paintings long ago, and so there's a whole story.
Those are beautiful. You are truly a creative artist. And if you're stuck, that's not uncommon. Let yourself be stuck for a while, and then things will come up again.
Thank you, everybody.
I wanted to say thank you to everybody that showed up here tonight on YouTube, that was in the chat, and that made your comments. Everybody that showed up on Facebook as well. I want to thank everybody that's going to listen to this at a later time. I appreciate your comments, and it makes me hear, when I get to hear your comments and I get to see your what you put in the chat, it inspires me, and it's truly a highlight of my weekend. I look forward to doing this every single weekend, and for that I just want to say thank you. And I'm going to say good night. We went up to 4.5 hours with ease. And so many of you are still here. Thank you. I will see you next weekend, and have a great week. Okay? Good night.
I never made it, but I know I